Lousy weather right across the whole sector. You can't let things drag on over there, Jack.
Is it a murder?
No, I don't believe so. Walter Jones was already in pretty bad shape. The heart and all the rest of it. So, just a routine, Jack, okay? The routine matter, all right? I want to hear death from natural causes, with no stories, you understand? I don't want a crime on my hands right now, seeing my bill of health, understand?
You're the boss, Vic.
Jack?
Of course. I understand.
You're really helping me out here, you know?
Get well, Vic. See you soon.
The weather forecast is awful, Inspector. It's likely to turn into a nightmare in a few hours. Don't drag on. We'll come to get you at 4 p.m.
Okay for 4 p.m. I don't expect to be any later than necessary.
Inspector Norm, welcome to Sagara. I'm Hubert Denold, the attorney, Mr. Jones.
Okay, Mr. Nolan, let's go. I don't have much time.
Are you sure you don't want to take time to settle in? There's a room that's been prepared for you, Inspector Norm.
Unnecessary. If it turns out that Mr. Jones's death was accidental, then I have no reason to hang around here, Mr. Nolan.
I beg you to pardon me for this somewhat acrobatic descent. I had to put this ladder here urgently this morning to access the corpse. Yesterday evening, when I tried to help, poor Walter was stuck higher up in the rocks close to the edge. The waves must have sent the poor man's body rolling toward the bottom during the night. We suffered a terrible storm, you know.
A nail implanted in the cheek. His attacker wasn't light about it. At first glance, the body doesn't show signs of death by drowning or hypothermia. And this injury on the forehead seems too superficial to have caused the death. It's the forensic expert's job now. It's for him to tell me what killed Walter Jones.
What can I do for you, Inspector?
What can you tell me regarding the death of Walter Jones?
In my view, we're looking at a murder. I'm categorical, Inspector. I saw Baina push Walter over the edge. The identity of the culprit is not a matter of question for me.
Where were you and what were you doing last night?
I was at the restaurant with the guests when Walter left for his walk at around 10 p.m. I went back to my office maybe a quarter of an hour or half an hour later. I had to wait for him, as we had agreed upon in the afternoon. Not seeing him come, I looked out of the window, and that's when I saw what could have been a quarrel between Baina Jumhu and Walter at the Tortoise Belvedere. He fell to the bottom, in his wheelchair. I hurried to help him, but it was raining like mad, and I could not go down to the rocks to get him out of there. He was no longer moving. I think he died instantly. I came back to tell everyone what had happened, and I also immediately called the police.
What was your relationship with Walter Jones?
I've worked for Walter Jones for over 20 years. Our relationship was always excellent. In fact, he even did me the honor of asking me to call him by his first name. I admired this man immensely, Inspector. I would even say that I had affection for him, and that this was mutual.
Tell me, did your boss have a suicidal temperament? Or was he in the habit of taking unreasonable risks? Or was he in fragile health? Could it be that following severe medical treatment he suffered from dizziness and fainting spells? What more can I say? You have to tell me everything, Mr. Noland.
No, Inspector. Physically and mentally, Walter Jones was as solid as a rock. He only suffered from a paralysis of the lower limbs, but nothing that could explain this mortal fall.
I'll take note of it.
Hello, Inspector Jack Norm. Welcome to your personal police assistant. Jack, this device was created to help you in your investigations. The goal of the software system is to rationalize the combination of clues, evidence, hypotheses, and deductions, which will allow you to quickly uncover the criminals. For this, your personal police assistant will store all information you will collect about the suspects during your investigations. It will remember their age, gender, and function. The incriminating and exculpatory evidence are also made note of. In addition, it will indicate in real time their geographical position in the surrounding areas where you might need to find them during your investigation. The Clue Manager will centralize all of the information that you have collected, whether it includes photos, documents, material evidence, or even suspects' statements. In your hands, you have more than a motive for matching clues that you will have collected. You also have a great tool for comparing them. This function will be particularly useful for validating the match between two prints, two footprints, or even the relationship between two pieces of an object. You can trust your personal police assistant to validate the correct hypothesis and to keep you from being misled into dead ends. This device includes a third function, which strictly depends on the two others. It is your progress manager. It divides your investigation into a certain number of precise interrogations, like different pieces of a puzzle. Your job becomes a child's game, Jack. When you know how to respond correctly to all of these questions, you will have solved your investigation.
No, Inspector. Physically and mentally, Walter Jones was as solid as a rock. He only suffered from a paralysis of the lower limbs, but nothing that could explain this mortal fall.
Is Walter Jones's death accidental? The death of Walter Jones seems to be criminal.
Reeves, it's Jack. The forensic expert's gonna have work. The death seems suspicious. A fall from a few meters that leaves scratches and an embedded nail in the face? It's not all that clear, you understand?
Jack, if it's like you said, I'm afraid you'll have to prolong your stay. Sorry. I didn't want to impose this on you. You have carte blanche to confirm this. Good luck.
What do you say about it, Inspector?
Your boss was murdered.
Well, I guess this list will be useful. It has the identities of all the people who currently reside on the island. And here's the key to your room. Because now I suppose you're going to be staying a while. I remain at your disposition, Inspector. Especially to give you a tour of the tower. It's huge, you know.
Thanks. I think I can manage.
Fine, I'll leave you then. See you later, Inspector.
Ah, here we are. Something interesting. Seemingly, Walter Jones was not alone the moment he had his great fall. The wheelchair made a chaotic journey before falling off the cliff. There's a piece missing on the armrest. Walter Jones must have hit himself here, against this rock. I need some graphite powder to take this print. The architect must have some drawing material. I could make myself some. To what does this piece of cloth belong?
Even more footprints. There were 2 people following Jones that evening.
I'm happy to see you here, Sonia.
Me too, Lorenzo. It's a pleasure to see you.
I would have preferred that we see each other in other circumstances.
You don't always have the choice.
Did your grandfather's death affect you deeply?
I don't know. I just can't believe it.
I had problems because of him. But they all went away after his tragic death. In the end, Jones was a good man.
Yes, certainly. I don't know what to think.
Would you like to change the subject?
No, not specially. I'm just a little off, that's all.
The sky is melancholic. Like us, Sonia.
It's true. Perfect weather for a burial. Too bad that the weather is so bad. I would have liked to try out my new bikini.
The forecast for the next few days isn't so good. But you never know.
Good morning. I'm Inspector Jack Norm. I am charged with conducting the investigation of the death of Mr. Jones.
Delighted, Mr. Inspector. Lorenzo Battaglieri. I'm the architect and the mastermind behind this tower in which you'll stay.
May I photograph your shoes?
Do it. Do it, Inspector, if it'll help to discover the truth.
Thanks.
Incorrect match. Incorrect match.
Excuse me, just one question. It won't be too long. What can you tell me regarding the death of Walter Jones?
I can't tell you a thing. Nothing at all. It's Hubert de Noland who woke me up to tell me about this business. I've got nothing more I can tell you.
Where were you and what were you doing last night?
I spent the evening in my studio listening to the radio, and then I learned of Jones's death from Noland.
What was your relationship with Walter Jones?
Our dealings, both professional and even more so personal, were never simple, Mr. Norm. But I appreciated that he was a character and a man who had talent. I must confess that I'm more affected by his death than I had thought. That's just the way it is, you know. My artistic temperament has always pushed me to be a little bit sentimental.
Who is the rightful owner of this piece of chain?
It seems to me that Walter Jones wore a small chain like that.
These footprints near the tracks of the wheelchair lead me to think that there was an argument which got out of hand.
Maybe. I'm not a policeman. I'm nothing but a poor architect.
I'm wondering whose shoe prints these are.
I don't know, Norm. Sorry.
Do you know anything about medicine?
No, of course not. What a question.
Too bad. I really need some medical advice. Well, I will wait for the coroner's report. Did you see anyone at the Tortoise Belvedere last evening, or did anything at all catch your attention?
I can't answer your question, Norm. I wasn't there.
What do you think of the attorney, Hubert de Nolant?
Nolant is a crafty and slick man. I don't trust him, Inspector.
I'll take note of it. Good morning, ma'am. Jack Norm. I'm a police inspector, and I'm charged with the investigation of the death of Mr. Walter Jones.
Good morning, Inspector. Sonia Jones. I'm the granddaughter of Walter Jones. You know, I hadn't thought that my time in Segura would take such a dramatic turn.
If it doesn't bother you, I'd love to take a photo of your hands, please.
Your method of flirting is very questionable, Inspector. But if that's what you want.
Thanks.
Incorrect match.
I'm collecting footprints, and I'd like to add yours.
Go on. I imagine this is part of the game.
Thanks. I need your assistance to clarify certain points. What can you tell me regarding the death of Walter Jones?
It was Hubert de Nolant, you met him, I believe, who told me about the death of my grandfather. Nolan went to the site to rescue my grandfather, but it was too late. And then there was the storm. He advised me not to move, and Billy and Clara too, so we stayed here. This Baina was there, according to what Nolan told us. There's no way that she could have a clear conscience.
Where were you and what were you doing last night?
I spent the evening with my brother Billy and my sister-in-law Clara, Mr. Norm. It was Hubert de Nolant, my grandfather's attorney, who informed us of his death.
What was your relationship with Walter Jones?
You know, Mr. Norm, my grandfather was a tough man. He wasn't the sort of grandpa who spoiled my two brothers and me. I didn't feel at ease with him, and our relationship has been tense for a long time. When he made the first move to invite us here, I was surprised. He was really proud, and that touched me. I'm horrified by the conditions under which he died, and I am sad. Yes, I am saddened by his death. It's odd, isn't it?
Who is the rightful owner of this piece of chain?
I do have the impression that my grandfather wore something that looked like it. It's pretty ugly in any case. Even if we agree it's made of gold. Wait, yes, I do believe, but at the same time I'm not sure.
Do these pearls mean anything to you?
Pearls of no value, Inspector, like the ones worn by the indigenous people of the archipelago. No, they don't mean any more than that to me.
What do you know about Lorenzo Battaglieri?
Lorenzo is an old friend, Inspector. We've known each other for a long time. He's a refined and charming man, someone dependable.
What do you think of the attorney, Hubert de Nolant?
Hubert de Nolant is definitely a remarkable man, Inspector. Intelligent, adroit, and terribly efficient.
Did you see anyone at the Tortoise Belvedere last evening, or did anything at all catch your attention?
I spent the evening with my brother Billy and my sister-in-law Clara. We were relaxed and we all chatted. I saw nothing and I heard nothing, Mr. Norm. Sorry to disappoint you.
Do you know anything about medicine?
No.
In that case, you can't help me. I get it. Strange construction. Good morning, sir. I'm Jack Norm. I'm a police inspector. I'm investigating the demise of Mr. Walter Jones.
I saw the helicopter, Jack Norm. I am Colio. I have been a fisherman here forever. My daughter's name is Baina. She lives here with me. Sagora is an island blessed by the gods. Old Jones is dead, and it's sad. But he was lucky to die in Sagora.
May I photograph your shoes?
You are the boss, Jack Norm.
Thanks.
What is it? What do you want, Jack Norm?
What can you tell me regarding the death of Walter Jones?
Old Jones was a bad guy, that is for sure. So he had enemies. That is how it is. This man was asking for trouble.
Where were you and what were you doing last night?
I was in the cabin with my daughter Baina.
What was your relationship with Walter Jones?
Sometimes we had hatred. Sometimes we liked each other. But we did not know each other well. I do not know if I am sad or not. I would have liked to say goodbye to him, to Walter Jones. That's all.
Who is the rightful owner of this piece of chain?
It comes from the sea. One finds many things in the rocks.
What is this pyramid, then?
My daughter fell from Hawita. She tried to free herself from the hands of old Jones. They both lost their balance. Jones was paralyzed. My daughter was almost dead. I took care of her for a long time. Lorenzo helped me. She has recovered now, but she will never speak again.
I would love it if you could tell me a little about Sonia.
No one can control Sonia. Sonia is a strong and free woman, like Sagora.
What do you know about Lorenzo Battaglieri?
Lorenzo is a good man, Jack Norm. Lorenzo helped Baina after the terrible accident. Lorenzo has always been obliging and good with Baina and Colio.
What do you think of the attorney, Hubert de Noland?
I do not like judges and lawyers who are like gods, Jack Norm. Gods alone should be gods. And I like policemen worse still than judges and lawyers, Jack Norm.
Did you see anyone at the Tortoise Belvedere last evening, or did anything at all catch your attention?
I don't know. I spent the evening in the cabin with Baina.
I understand. Good morning, miss. I'm Jack Norm. I'm a police inspector. That means I will conduct an investigation about the death of Mr. Jones. Walter Jones, you understand?
My daughter has not spoken for years. Leave her alone. She has nothing to do with all your cop business.
If it doesn't bother you, I'd love to take a photo of your hands, please. Thanks. This finger with the broken nail makes me strangely think of the tip of the nail that was left embedded in old Jones's face. Here are the footprints of the young Baina.
Correct match. Correct match. correct match.
These pearls look alike. They're from the same necklace. Baina's necklace. If I believe this letter, Colio had Jones in his pocket.
Here is the man who is always asking questions.
What is this gift hiding? Why did Jones try so hard to secure you and your daughter's future?
Jones was in love with my daughter, Baina. I agreed to give him my daughter, but he wanted to have her before marriage. He called spirits of shame over me. Jones told me he wanted to give Baina all his wealth after his death. Even so, I told him one had to wait so that the evil spirits could pass far from here.
Walter Jones gave this to Baina, didn't he? What were the bonds that connected them?
Old Jones gave it to my daughter. Baina can never speak again because of him, so he gave her gifts like this.
According to you, how could Baina have lost pearls from her necklace?
Baina walks often. Baina lost her necklace, that is all.
It seems that Baina accompanied Walter Jones to the Tortoise Belvedere, but she would have been careful not to leave her footprints if she had deliberately planned to kill Jones.
You should not say things like this, Jack Norm. Baina did not kill old Jones. Baina is innocent.
Do you know how Baina broke one of her fingernails?
Baina works with her hands, Jack Norm.
What can you tell me about your daughter?
Baina is Colio's son. And Colio is willing to break Jack Norm's head if Jack Norm says bad things about Baina.
Maybe. Jones really wanted to make this tower into a super luxury hotel.
Hello? Anyone here?
This place is disproportionate.
Good morning. Let me introduce myself. Inspector Jack Norm. I'm here to conduct the investigation on the death of Mr. Jones.
Inspector Norm. Very good. Very good. I am Martin Abruzzi, the husband of Sonia Jones, the granddaughter of the deceased.
May I photograph your shoes?
If this will be of use to you, Inspector, go ahead.
Thanks.
I assume you want to question me. So go on, then.
What can you tell me regarding the death of Walter Jones?
Mr. De Noland had us all come together in the restaurant to give us the tragic news. It was a terrible shock for us, as you might suspect. Outside, the storm was raging. Abominable weather. It would have been madness to go out and risk our lives. Because, in truth, we couldn't have brought poor Mr. Jones back to life.
Where were you and what were you doing last night?
I spent the evening at the restaurant with my wife Sonia and the other guests until the departure of Mr. Jones. I returned to my suite at around 10:30 p.m. to read a manuscript, and I soon went to bed. It was Sonia who woke me up to tell me about the tragedy that had taken place.
What was your relationship with Walter Jones?
I certainly won't try to play any games with you, Inspector. And I won't surprise you if I tell you that I didn't have much affection for this man. He was the grandfather of my wife, full stop. That's it. A grandfather who was not particularly likable. He didn't behave very well with Sonia and me, and I have not forgotten. Therefore, his death truly doesn't affect me.
Who is the rightful owner of this piece of chain?
I confess I haven't the foggiest idea.
This tower on this wild island, far from everything. Isn't it madness?
If I had been in charge of promoting this hotel, I would definitely have chosen a sales brochure that was less flashy, Inspector. It is pretentious and ridiculous. It's brash to tell you what I really think. But it seems to work on you, Inspector.
I would love it if you could tell me a little about Sonia.
I'm badly placed to answer you with any objectivity, Inspector. Sonia is my wife. Sonia is the woman I love. Sonia is the woman of my life. She is irreplaceable for me.
What do you think of Colio?
I didn't have the chance to spend much time with Colio, Inspector. I don't really know him.
What do you know about Lorenzo Battaglieri?
Delicate question, Inspector. I take Lorenzo to be a whimsical creature, somewhat unreliable, and is commonly considered to be an incompetent to boot.
What do you think of Baina?
Baina? The untamed young girl? What can I say? I have the impression that maybe she isn't entirely a stranger to Walter Jones's death.
Why would Baina have something to do with Walter Jones's death?
I know the old man ran after her a little. That surely couldn't have been to her taste.
What do you think of the attorney, Hubert de Noland?
I cannot comment on Mr. De Noland for the simple reason that I do not know him, Inspector.
Did you see anyone at the Tortoise Belvedere last evening, or did anything at all catch your attention?
I'm afraid I won't be very useful to you, Inspector. I had dinner with the guests and with Mr. Jones. I stayed for a bit after the old man had left for his evening walk. It must have been around 10 p.m. Then I went back to my apartment. Well, the suite that was reserved for Sonia and me. It was around 10:30 p.m. I wanted to finish reading a manuscript. I'm a publisher, as you certainly must already know. So I read and then I slept. I confess I was pretty exhausted by the trip.
I have to believe you. Thanks. This could be useful.
Good morning, sir. I'm Jack Norm, police inspector. I'm mandated to conduct the investigation on the death of Mr. Walter Jones.
Good morning, Mr. Inspector Jack Norm. It's funny, your name rings a bell. Well, anyway, I'm Billy Jones, grandson and soon heir of the late Walter Jones. Well, at least I hope so.
May I photograph your shoes?
To each his own, Inspector. Go ahead.
Thanks.
Ask me your questions, Inspector. I love crime thrillers, you know?
What can you tell me regarding the death of Walter Jones?
I found out about the death of the old man like everyone else at around 11:30 p.m. It was Nolan, his right-hand man, who informed us. This guy risked his life to save the old miser. Unbelievable, huh? The daughter of the fisherman, Cotillo, whatever. She's apparently involved.
Where were you and what were you doing last night?
I was absorbed in a hand of poker and I was having pretty good luck. With Sonia and Martin for partners and Nolan, the attorney of my grandfather, came to inform us of the death.
What was your relationship with Walter Jones?
Yeah, I don't really want to tell you stories about my family. What I can tell you is that I had 1,000 reasons to detest the old man. But I immediately reassure you, Norm, the death of my grandfather took me completely by surprise.
Tell me more about your reasons for hating your grandfather, please.
Principally to do with money, Inspector. I've got a fair bit of debt and my super-rich grandfather never wanted to lend me a cent. But if you want to go there, I would never kill anyone for money. Or anything else for that matter.
Who is the rightful owner of this piece of chain?
Sorry, but I don't know anything about this, Norm.
Walter Jones gave this to Baina, didn't he? What were the bonds that connected them?
Listen, man, I'm not a saint and I have my faults, but I think that the old man was really revolting to want to fuck this girl.
I'm surprised that Colio, even if he was angry at Jones, was not more grateful for his generosity.
Well, I really have no idea, Norm. I'm not in the loop.
This tower on this wild island, far from everything, isn't it madness?
It's all bullshit, this tower. There's not even a game room here. Not one, Inspector. Can you believe that?
What luxury. For some, the world is all roses. But where did the staff go? I don't see them.
All I can tell you is that my grandfather was a genius at throwing money out the window and at never letting his relatives benefit. You know, deep down, it doesn't surprise me that things happen this way.
What do these gifts from Jones hide? Why did he want to assure the future of Colio and his daughter?
No, I have no idea.
Okay.
Questions can be fun when they're well phrased. So?
Did you see anyone at the Tortoise Belvedere last evening, or did anything at all catch your attention?
I didn't see anything of what was happening outside. I was absorbed in a hand of poker with Sonia and Martin.
I would love it if you could tell me a little about Sonia.
Sonia's my sibling, dude. She's an awesome, intelligent, and generous woman, always attentive to the needs of others. In short, she's a super sister.
What do you think of Colio?
Sorry, man, I don't know him.
What do you know about Lorenzo Battaglieri?
Lorenzo has talent, and those who tell you otherwise are lying and probably jealous. He's my friend, and I find it disgusting that he was put aside by Nolan and my grandfather. Lorenzo was in a way their scapegoat, you know?
What do you think of Baina?
Ah, Baina. That natural, young, beautiful, and mute girl who makes men's heads turn. Well, except mine, of course.
I would like to know more about Martin.
Martin? Yeah, great guy. One shouldn't tease him too much, you know. He's rather susceptible, but otherwise okay.
What do you think of the attorney, Hubert de Nolant?
Ha! Nolan. He's a real poet, huh? If I could earn 1/10 of what he does thanks to his shrewdness at robbing the IRS, then I can tell you I'd be rich.
Thank you for the information. Good morning, miss. I'm Jack Norm, police inspector. I'm charged with routine investigation of the death of Mr. Jones.
Good morning, Mrs. Jones, Clara Jones. I'm Billy Jones's wife. Walter Jones was his grandfather, but I didn't really know him. So I will be direct with you. I'm not really in an awful state about his death.
I'm collecting footprints, and I'd like to add yours.
My feet? It seems they are marvelous. You are amazing, Inspector. Go on.
Thanks.
Well, Inspector.
What can you tell me regarding the death of Walter Jones?
I have de Nolan's version. He said that he went to the Tortoise Belvedere where Walter Jones had fallen from the top of the cliff in his wheelchair. Now, whether it was an accident or a murder, that I can't say. I wasn't at the site, Inspector.
Where were you and what were you doing last night?
Well, I was at the restaurant throughout the evening, and I can't say anything more. It was Nolan who informed us about Walter's death.
What was your relationship with Walter Jones?
Would you be surprised if I said that our relationship was far from good? His death won't change anything. This guy hurt a lot of people. I won't cry for him.
This menu seems utterly appetizing. Tell me, what are we eating today?
I love cooking, and I do pretty well. But I'd be utterly incapable of making any of the dishes on this wretched menu.
This tower on this wild island, far from everything. Isn't it madness?
Tell me, Inspector, are you here to have a good time or to conduct an investigation?
What luxury. For some, the world is all roses. But where did the staff go? I don't see them.
Old Man Jones threw out all his staff to force his children to handle everything. And I certainly don't like playing the maid.
Who is the rightful owner of this piece of chain?
These links are really strong. It must be a man's.
So, tell me a little about Billy.
Billy is not a solid and mature man on whom one can rely, Inspector. My life with him is not always easy, but he makes me laugh and amuses me. And he still surprises me after all these years. So, what can I say?
I would love it if you could tell me a little about Sonia.
Sonia is an exceptional woman, Inspector. She inherited the straightforwardness of her mother. And I'm lucky to have a sister-in-law like her, you know.
What do you think of Colio?
I don't really know this Mr. Colio, but he's always very polite with me.
What do you know about Lorenzo Battaglieri?
Lorenzo Battaglieri is doubtlessly talented, Inspector, but I don't like his cynical and embittered nature.
What do you think of Baina?
I always wondered what happened to her, the poor thing. I wanted to talk about the accident. Indeed, the Jones family is in the habit of calling it the accident. She became mute after all.
And could you tell me more about this accident?
My husband already told me about it, but he doesn't know anything precise. He only told me that Jones and Baina had an accident together.
I would like to know more about Martin.
I like Martin. He gives the impression of being a good sort. In general, my intuition is never wrong, Inspector. But we don't know each other very well, in fact.
What do you think of the attorney, Hubert de Nolant?
Hubert de Nolant is a real professional, Inspector. And an attorney like him is influential. I never forget.
Did you see anyone at the Tortoise Belvedere last evening, or did anything at all catch your attention?
Well, I can't tell you anything. I spent the evening at the restaurant. Sonia, Martin, and Billy will confirm this.
What reasons could Billy have had for hating his grandfather?
How can you love someone who never helped you even when he had the power? I know my Billy sometimes abuses money, but Walter Jones was really heartless. He never lifted even his little finger to get Billy out of his problems.
Without a doubt. Thank you. I'd like to chat with you for a moment. I'm told that an accident left Baina mute. What is that about?
A dark family story, Jack. My grandfather never wanted to tell us what happened between him and Baina that day. What is sure is that both of them fell from the top of the rocks. Since then, the old man was in a wheelchair, and the island bird didn't say another word. In my opinion, it was a love story that turned bitter.
What can you tell me about Clara?
Without Clara, I'd be utterly lost. Clara's a saint, dude. And the truth is that I don't deserve her. In fact, this girl is too good for me.
Surely.
I assume you want to question me. So go on then.
So, tell me a little about Billy.
I'm afraid my brother-in-law has put himself in a tough spot, Inspector. He is compromising his career by gambling in a totally irrational manner.
What can you tell me about Clara?
I appreciate Billy's wife. She is charming, even if her conversations are rather limited, one has to admit.
I'm told that an accident left Baina mute. What is that about?
I don't know anything. My wife spoke to me about it. I know that Jones and Baina had a fall together that could have been fatal, but I don't know anything more.
I see. Good morning, Inspector Jack Norm. I'm the one charged with investigating the death of Mr. Jones.
Ah, it's you who will be investigating. Very good. Good morning, Inspector. I'm Marco Jones. Walter Jones was my grandfather. I would have preferred if you had been a tourist, because you have landed on the island of Segura for a sad reason.
May I photograph your shoes?
No problem. Do as you have to, Inspector.
Thanks. I'm hoping to ask you some questions. What can you tell me regarding the death of Walter Jones?
How I would have loved to have done something to save my grandfather, but it was too late and too dangerous. It was Nolan who gave me the news. He suspects the daughter of the fisherman, but it's you who is the inspector, not me.
Where were you and what were you doing last night?
I spent the evening in my room, in Christina's company. It was Sonia who told me around 11:30 p.m. about what had happened. It was difficult to believe it. My grandfather was a real force of nature, despite his handicap.
What was your relationship with Walter Jones?
I greatly appreciated my grandfather. Walter was a great man, Inspector. I admired his rise to success. He did it all alone. We were very close in spite of all the old stories which my brother and my sister must have endlessly told you about.
Which stories are you talking about?
Old family quarrels. We are divided on our opinion about my grandfather, you see. My brother and my sister maybe hope to involve you. As far as it concerns me, I've nothing to add.
Who is the rightful owner of this piece of chain?
Sorry, Inspector Norm, but I'm afraid I won't be useful to you.
I'm surprised that Colio, even if he was angry at Jones, was not more grateful for his generosity.
I have nothing to say about that, Inspector. I don't know what you're talking about.
What do these gifts from Jones hide? Why did he want to assure the future of Colio and his daughter?
I can say nothing on the subject, Inspector.
Walter Jones gave this to Baina, didn't he? What were the bonds that connected them?
Really, Inspector, I didn't know. It's not the kind of thing my grandfather would do.
What reasons could Billy have had for hating his grandfather?
Our grandfather hated the useless waste of money. Billy lost a lot of money gambling and hoped that grandfather would help him float back up, which of course he refused.
I'm told that an accident left Baina mute. What is that about?
My grandfather was always very discreet about that. I know that he and Baina fell off the cliff right here on this island, and that it cost him the use of his limbs. As for Baina, she remained mute from the time of the tragic event. But I don't know more details about this affair, Inspector.
So, tell me a little about Billy.
Billy is still a child at heart, Inspector. He still makes me laugh sometimes, but he is totally irresponsible. It's very hard for his family.
I would love it if you could tell me a little about Sonia.
Sonia is my sister, and I have a lot of affection for her. She is a very strong and courageous woman.
What do you think of Colio?
I saw Colio on several occasions, of course, but I don't know him well.
What do you know about Lorenzo Battaglieri?
Lorenzo is a mystery for me, Inspector. He's a professional lightweight, bordering on an imposter, and he takes refuge in a cynical depression that's very unpleasant for others.
What do you think of Baina?
I don't really know her, Inspector. I have nothing special to say on this subject.
I would like to know more about Martin.
I appreciate my brother-in-law's qualities, Inspector, but we don't see each other much, and I hardly know him, and that's fine with me.
What do you think of the attorney, Hubert de Nolant?
Nolant. He's not a nobody. He's one of the best business attorneys on this planet, Inspector. It's not by chance that my grandfather recruited him.
What can you tell me about Clara?
Clara is an extremely kind woman, Inspector. She is almost a saint, and I don't know how she has put up with Billy for so long.
This tower on this wild island, far from everything, isn't it madness?
Alas, my grandfather will not have the time to successfully finish the magnificent project, of which this brochure gives you only a small taste.
What luxury. For some, the world is all roses. But where did the staff go? I don't see them.
Indeed, Nolan told me that my grandfather had to part with his staff, but for a reason that I don't know, Inspector.
Did you see anyone at the Tortoise Belvedere last evening, or did anything at all catch your attention?
Sorry, Inspector Norm, but I saw nothing. I, for one, spent the evening in my room with my girlfriend, Christina.
I get it. Good morning, miss. My name is Jack Norm. I'm a police inspector. I have to conduct an investigation on the death of Walter Jones.
Good morning, Inspector. I am Christina Bromsky. I am the girlfriend of Marco Jones, and Mr. Walter is not from my family. I didn't know him well. I don't like this place, which is full of sadness for Marco today.
I'm collecting footprints, and I'd like to add yours.
If it amuses you, Inspector, the feet, it is said, are an erogenous zone. I meant it for your investigation, of course.
Thanks.
All right now. I am all yours, Jack.
What can you tell me regarding the death of Walter Jones?
I don't know anything, Jack. It's the attorney who told us everything. He almost died to save the old man. Such courage is beautiful. Don't you agree, Jack?
Where were you and what were you doing last night?
I spent the evening in the room with Marco. We were both there. Sonia told us about the death of Mr. Jones around 11:30 p.m.
What was your relationship with Walter Jones?
I didn't know Mr. Jones well, Jack. But I feel bad for Marco, who loved his grandfather so much.
Who is the rightful owner of this piece of chain?
I can't tell it all, Jack. Is it okay if I call you Jack?
No, call me whatever you prefer. This tower on this wild island, far from everything, isn't it madness?
The photos are more beautiful than real life, Jack. The island doesn't enjoy good weather and it's deadly boring. Good thing that you came to liven up the place.
Christina, can you confirm to me that you passed the end of the evening with Marco?
Yes, of course, Jack.
I'm told that an accident left Baina mute. What is that about?
I don't know anything about it. I thought she was mute from birth.
So, tell me a little about Billy.
Billy is very cool. He's a very funny guy. He definitely gambles in life, just as he does in poker.
I would love it if you could tell me a little about Sonia.
Sonia is not as nice as she seems. I am possibly the only one who sees the truth about this. She is a snub who was born with a silver spoon in her mouth. She thinks only of herself. She looks down on those who cannot give her something. My life in this family is not very easy, you know, Jack?
What do you think of Colio?
The old man who lives near here? I don't know him.
What do you know about Lorenzo Battaglieri?
Lorenzo is a very charming man. He has a sort of tragic humor, which reminds me of my countrymen. I like him, Jack.
What do you think of Baina?
Baina? I am sorry, Jack, but I have nothing to say about her.
I would like to know more about Martin.
Martin is a very cultured man. He is also very charming. I like him a lot.
What do you think of the attorney, Hubert de Nolant?
Hubert de Nolant is a pretentious and arrogant man, Jack. He is even humiliating sometimes. A lowlife.
What can you tell me about Marco?
Marco. Marco. He is my darling. I am his guardian angel. I protect him as much as I can. I stick up for those I love, Jack.
What can you tell me about Clara?
She is very sweet, Jack. She is a little silly, but very nice. She married a gambler with a sense of humor, Jack, so she can't be bad.
Did you see anyone at the Tortoise Belvedere last evening, or did anything at all catch your attention?
I don't know anything about it, Mr. Norm. I spent the evening in my room with my boyfriend, Marco. After dinner and a short hand of poker, I learned of the death of Walter Jones around 11:30 p.m.
I see. Lorenzo Battaglieri's office.
The Indian Ocean Weather Center has the following message for you. The cyclone over the archipelago of the Maldives will generate a Class 2 tropical hurricane tomorrow night. This violent storm will sweep from the east to west zone between 1 a.m. and 4 a.m. Strong wind advisory. The wind speed forecasted is between 100 and 120 miles per hour. High tide will reach approximately 3 meters. Residents of the zone are advised to exercise the most extreme vigilance. The alert level is raised to orange.
Correct match.
This piece of cloth was ripped out of this gray vest. Lorenzo Battaglieri's vest. I have to ask Lorenzo what this machine is used for.
Please do come in.
It won't take too long.
I have some work to wrap up before tomorrow morning, but take a seat. Go on. Ask me all the questions you want. Feel free.
May I photograph your shoes?
My shoes? Well, go ahead. I doubt that'll be very useful to your investigation, Inspector.
Thanks.
Correct match.
I would like to ask you 2 or 3 questions. I'm surprised that Colio, even if he was angry at Jones, was not more grateful for his generosity.
I don't know anything about this. I can't tell you anything.
What do these gifts from Jones hide? Why did he want to assure the future of Colio and his daughter?
I don't know anything about this. I'm sorry.
Well, this is very impressive. But tell me, what sort of relations did Lorenzo maintain with Jones?
Walter had a lot of respect for Mr. Battaglieri when they first met. Lorenzo Battaglieri has talent, and Walter knew how to recognize and reward talented people.
What did Lorenzo do after having received orders to continue the construction from Jones?
Well, Mr. Battaglieri has an artistic temperament and is slightly whimsical. But he is also a servile and obedient man. He never dared to question an order from Walter Jones.
I wonder what Lorenzo did after receiving new orders from Walter Jones asking him to stop the construction.
Lorenzo never questioned an order from Walter Jones. I can confirm that, Inspector.
Sorry, but I understand nothing about architecture. I would like to have some things in this sketchbook explained.
I believe you should ask that question to the interested party, Inspector.
In this document, a trial against Diva Company is evoked. What is it all about exactly?
Well, it's a bit too complex to explain. Take this, read it. You'll waste less time this way.
What happened to the maintenance staff of the tower after that?
Back to their homes, probably. All these people were deprived of their jobs by the health and safety inspectors from Salé, and they were bribed by Madiva.
A hotel of this size, deprived of all its staff. It's a darn problem, I'd say.
I cannot tell you, Inspector, but sometimes one has no choice. I paid the fine and the outstanding balance of all the employees, and I took legal action against Madiva. One day they'll pay for all their malpractice and corruption.
I don't understand why Walter Jones continued to construct the tower after this verdict.
Walter Jones wasn't born yesterday. He wasn't going to let himself be intimidated by these swindlers.
Walter Jones was cheated well and good. But did he appeal this judgment?
It was me who handled this case. I can prove that the judge held a share in the Madiva agency, and that the verdict he gave is medieval. That's why we filed an appeal at the International High Court of Justice, and we assure victory.
Jones was not the type to take a verdict like this lying down. What's the status of the appeal?
Judge Erickson, who presides over the Fifth Chamber of the Court of Justice, is an old friend and an eminent jurist. He will certainly return a verdict in our favor.
Who is the rightful owner of this piece of chain?
It's gold. It could have been Walter's.
I'm told that an accident left Baina mute. What is that about?
It was a little less than 3 years ago. Walter Jones was with Baina walking around in the rocks. They must have fallen several meters. I don't know the details of that deplorable accident.
Lorenzo doesn't have faith in you.
Lorenzo is no doubt frustrated to see himself removed from his responsibilities.
Christina said that you were not a commendable person.
She must have sensed that I don't particularly care for wallet chasers like her.
Did you see anyone at the Tortoise Belvedere last evening, or did anything at all catch your attention?
Yes, I was returning to the tower to settle an urgent case that Walter had given me when I saw Baina from afar. She's a young native who pretends to be an idiot. I also saw Lorenzo, who has an unrequited love for her. This woman is a devil. She's made him lose his head.
So, tell me a little about Billy.
Billy's a complex and tortured creature, Inspector. He's a pathological gambler. He drinks too much, for sure, but he's intelligent and spirited.
What do you think of Christina?
Oh, Christina's a woman who's pretty, impressive, Inspector. But don't believe that her model's body means she's an idiot. The truth is far from that.
I would love it if you could tell me a little about Sonia.
Sonia is a young woman with a lot of charm, Inspector. I admire her intelligence and her independent spirit. Even Walter himself couldn't get her to bend. And moreover, she is very beautiful, which doesn't spoil anything.
What do you think of Colio?
Oh, he's an old clown. He wants to pass himself off as a sage and play at being a ritual chief, but nobody's fooled. I'll tell you what I really think. Colio is an opportunist and a nuisance, Inspector.
What do you know about Lorenzo Battaglieri?
Well, this architect has definitely lost my trust. And I ought to say that he no longer enjoyed great standing with Walter Jones. We discovered important defects in the construction of the tower. Lorenzo's incompetent to the point of dishonesty, Inspector.
What do you think of Baina?
Oh, that native girl's a real beauty, Inspector. No doubt about it. Her youthful charm really made poor Walter's head spin.
And how did Baina make his head spin?
Sometimes one seeks youth as one gets on in age. Baina was fresh and pure, and Walter Jones was in the habit of getting everything he wanted from life.
I would like to know more about Martin.
Martin Abruzzi is the kind of publisher they don't make anymore, Inspector. I love his editorial choices, and I'm a personal fan of the works he publishes. And, I might add, at a personal level, he's a delightful and charming man.
What can you tell me about Marco?
Marco Jones is an ambitious man who's already made a name in politics, Inspector. I'm sure he'll have a brilliant future.
What can you tell me about Clara?
I hold Claire in great esteem, Inspector. It's amazing, but she always makes me think of Anna Jones, the deceased wife of Walter. The same kindness, the same finesse.
Walter Jones gave this to Baina, didn't he? What were the bonds that connected them?
I knew that he wanted to give the diamond to Baina Jumhu. She hated him deeply since the accident. She came out of it shaken and mute. But like everyone else, she was attracted by the charismatic personality of Walter Jones.
What were you doing at the Tortoise Belvedere last night?
I already told you, Inspector. I saw Walter fall over the edge, and I ran to help him. I hoped he was not too hurt. Then I phoned your police colleagues about Walter Jones's death.
I'm sure I'll be back to ask for clarifications.
That's okay. Come in, please. I must insist you stop, Inspector Norm. You know very well you're not authorized by the law to conduct this sort of search.
I need you to enlighten me on a point. So, what was Lorenzo Battaglieri doing in the rocks near the Tortoise Belvedere last night?
I don't know what Battaglieri was doing there, but I can verify that I first saw him take the restaurant elevator with Walter when he left just after dinner. When I was working in my office, I saw Lorenzo Battaglieri hurriedly leave the Belvedere and come back to the tower after Walter's fall. Finally, as I already told you, I ran into him at the foot of the tower when I was running to help Walter. I think that Lorenzo Battaglieri did not see me. He seemed really distraught. This man certainly knows a lot about this, Inspector. I think I already pointed out before that he is madly in love with Baina. I wouldn't be surprised if he were her accomplice. And the murder seems to me to have been very well organized.
According to you, how could Baina have lost pearls from her necklace?
Walter was a brave man. He defended himself and hung on to Baina's necklace, trying to... Good God. What a horror.
It seems that Baina accompanied Walter Jones to the Tortoise Belvedere, but she would have been careful not to leave her footprints if she had deliberately planned to kill Jones.
She's really untamed, with a limited and primitive mind. She could not have thought of everything. I wouldn't be surprised that Baina didn't know about the existence of fingerprints.
For what reason could Baina and Walter Jones have quarreled?
I believe that Baina wanted to get rid of Walter. She had planned it well.
The wheelchairs seemed to be acting strangely before skidding and falling from the cliff. Could it have been malfunctioning? Could a false maneuver have been the reason for the fall?
I'm afraid I can't help you, Inspector. Walter had the most sophisticated and costly wheelchair in the world. A technological marvel to avoid this kind of trouble.
Did Walter Jones die following the first impact on hitting the rocks, or from what happened to him when he fell further down?
It's strange indeed. The storm was violent that night. The wind must have made the body roll further down. What I can confirm is that Walter was lying close to the rocks. He was dead, and the weather was so bad that it was impossible for me to hoist his body. I could do nothing more for poor Walter.
What is this pyramid, then?
It's an old local monument called Hawita. It's the place of the accident where Baina, Jumhu, and Walter both fell. A tragic accident that mutilated both of them. After this accident, Baina's feelings for Walter Jones were torn between love and hate. She came to see him every evening to accompany him on his daily walk on the paths of the island, but with everything that has just happened, I wonder if she'd not been preparing to revenge herself.
This tower on this wild island, far from everything, isn't it madness?
That's true, but this brochure was useless. I told Walter that it was very expensive, considering the use it was put to.
What luxury. For some, the world is all roses. But where did the staff go? I don't see them.
There's no place for this document anymore, as I was obliged to fire the staff of the tower. It's become a little surrealist, don't you think?
Thanks. We're sure to meet again. Who touched this wheelchair? I must take your fingerprints for the investigation.
You're a cop, you're taking fingerprints. What could be more normal?
Thanks. I need you to enlighten me on a point. Sorry, but I understand nothing about architecture. I would like to have some things in this sketchbook explained.
The tower was designed according to all the rules of the art, and with respect for anti-seismic norms, according to its initial dimensions. It wasn't designed for Walter Jones's newest whims, you understand? Jones wanted to add 10 new floors to the tower. He asked me to do a study to reinforce the foundation with this unexpected additional burden, but I knew it was impossible. It was totally impossible. Today, the risk of it sinking is real.
What relations did you maintain with Jones?
Our points of view diverged, and our relationship became tense, to say the least. And today, I find myself trapped in this position as a manager. Oh, I've no doubt that I shouldn't have accepted the job, Norm.
What did you do after having received the orders to continue the construction from Jones?
I wasn't very reassured by the opinion of the experts, who didn't even take the trouble to come to Segura, but I agreed to resume the construction anyway. Then, to strengthen the tower in order to save it, despite Jones's raving megalomania, well, I was the only one who could do it. The tower, you see, it's my life's work, you understand?
My stomach is growling. It's the moment to go and get a bite to eat. Here we go, an efficient meal. I need your assistance to clarify certain points. Lorenzo, what did you do after receiving the new orders from Walter Jones asking you to stop the construction?
I was patient, Norm. I waited for Jones to come back to his senses and to finally understand my predictions about the instability of the tower. That came with this letter. Even if I don't like unfinished work, it was a reasonable decision.
Why did I find this in your things, Lorenzo? I expect to find this kind of paper in Nolan's office.
Nolan put me in charge of firing the employees. He just gave me the file that comes with it.
For what reason was the hotel staff fired?
Mr. Jones had hired these Maledivians to please Collio, and he thereby hoped to have him abandon the lawsuit he'd filed against Jones to drive him out of Segura. After that, he was quick to be rid of them. That's how Mr. Jones treated people. And now I'm faced with the maintenance of the tower on my shoulders alone.
What happened to the maintenance staff of the tower after that?
I don't know anything, Norm. All I know is that Collio's friends were fired like dirt. It's now been 15 days.
A hotel of this size, deprived of all its staff. It's a darn problem, I'd say.
Tell me about it, Norm. I think the way the friends of old man Collio were fired from here is utterly scandalous. And so all the dirty work has fallen on me. I can't take care of the maintenance of this tower all by myself, can I? So, as Jones asked before he died, the heirs would only have the same standing as local personnel who'd been withdrawn. An excellent occasion to prove that they're not idlers and good-for-nothings. Each one had to contribute to the housework.
I don't understand why Walter Jones continued to construct the tower after this verdict.
I don't understand either. I knew that he was taking risks by continuing to build like this. But what do you want? I mean, I was his architect, not his attorney.
Walter Jones was cheated well and good. But did he appeal this judgment?
You have to know how to lose. Mr. Jones did not swindle.
Jones was not the type to take a verdict like this lying down. What's the status of the appeal?
Nolant is an old fox, and the natives of the island had better look out for the worst, in spite of the verdict that was given in their favor.
Walter Jones gave this to Baina, didn't he? What were the bonds that connected them?
Jones hoped that the gifts would make Baina forgive him for the suffering he'd caused her. That boor thought she was his future wife.
You're taking me for a ride, Mr. Battaglieri. Tell me now what you were doing in the rocks last night.
I'm not taking you for a ride. Let's see. Well, it is true that I was hiding in the rocks. On leaving the restaurant with Mr. Jones, I knew that he was going to meet Baina, and I hated seeing her with him. I said goodbye to Jones under the pretext that I absolutely had to collect the lobster pots that had been damaged by the storm the previous night. I took the elevator to go down to the first-floor lobby, and then I ran to the Belvedere. I followed Walter Jones on the dirt path of the Tortoise Belvedere. Then I hid in the rocks from where I saw him stop under the arbor, which was lit, not far from the cliff. It's the place where Baina meets Jones. Baina, who had seen Jones, joined him, and she walked behind his wheelchair. When they arrived at the edge of the cliff, Jones harassed Baina, who pushed him to defend herself. Well, I saw the wheelchair lurch forward and then teeter over the edge. Then I got out of my hiding place and I went close to the edge of the cliff and I saw Jones inert in his wheelchair amidst the rocks. His head was covered with blood, and I thought that he was dead. I immediately came back to try to reassure poor Baina. Then I quickly left the place for fear of being seen. I went back up to my studio. Let me confide something in you, Norm. I'm ashamed I left without informing anyone. I only wanted to protect Baina and not get mixed up in all this.
According to you, how could Baina have lost pearls from her necklace?
I have no idea, but I want to point out that there is absolutely nothing to prove that she lost them last night, if that's what you're thinking, Inspector. She came by here often, you know.
It seems that Baina accompanied Walter Jones to the Tortoise Belvedere, but she would have been careful not to leave her footprints if she had deliberately planned to kill Jones.
I'm sure you're right, Norm. Baina is far from stupid. She would have handled it differently if she had wanted to kill Walter Jones.
What was Hubert de Noland doing at the Belvedere of the Tortoise last night?
I now remember that I ran into him at the foot of the tower when I went back up after having tried to gather the lobster traps. He was in quite a rush and he didn't even say hello.
Hubert de Noland treats you like an incompetent amateur.
Of course. But you should know, Inspector, that Noland and Jones were the only people responsible for the malfunctioning of this tower. And I've got proof of that.
Some people here say that you are totally incompetent.
The tower was never completed, so obviously nothing works as it should.
I'm surprised that Colio, even if he was angry at Jones, was not more grateful for his generosity.
Jones was a very practical man, you see, and I really doubt that his gifts to Colio were sincere.
What do these gifts from Jones hide? Why did he want to assure the future of Colio and his daughter?
Listen, Norm, I don't know what Jones wanted to do for Baina and Colio, and also I don't want to know.
So, tell me a little about Billy.
Billy's a gambler, Inspector, so he knows the real values of life. I hope he finds a way out of his financial problems soon.
What do you think of Christina?
Ah, Christina, the charming Slav, the celebration of beauty, passion, fury. Oh, yeah, Inspector. Christina is one of those women who makes us turn our heads, poor men that we are.
I would love it if you could tell me a little about Sonia.
Sonia is a free woman, Inspector. A modern, intelligent, independent woman. She successfully managed to get out of Walter Jones's gilded cage.
What do you think of Colio?
He's a brave man. A man who is deeply passionate about justice and preoccupied with the future of the Maledivians. I like him very much. I have great admiration for him, Inspector.
What do you think of Baina?
The young Baina is a miracle of beauty and unfathomable mystery, Inspector. Since that terrible accident that made her mute, I find her even more fascinating.
Can you tell me more about the circumstances of this accident, please?
Walter Jones had taken Baina to the top of Hawita. It's a sort of sacred rock that's meant for the natives' religious ceremonies. I imagine that Walter Jones must have lured Baina to the very top on some pretext or other. He tried to misbehave with her, She fought back, and they both fell. A terrible fall in the rocks. Baina miraculously escaped with a few scratches, but she was traumatized by the event, and since then she no longer speaks. As for Walter Jones, as of that day, he was paralyzed in both legs.
I would like to know more about Martin.
Martin Abruzzi is haughty and disdainful, Inspector. He pretends to be a courteous and well-raised man, but I'm not fooled. I don't really care for him, to tell you the truth.
What can you tell me about Marco?
Marco Jones? The real son of his grandfather. Selfish, lazy, self-righteous, and corrupt to boot. He's a sycophant, Inspector.
What can you tell me about Clara?
Clara is a sincere and courageous woman, Inspector. And moreover, a woman who loves a gambler can be nothing but a formidable woman.
Very interesting, really. I must take your fingerprints for the investigation.
But of course, do your job, Inspector.
Thanks.
What can I do for you, Inspector?
Excuse me. I'll come back to see you.
Ask all the questions you'd like to ask. I'm at your service.
Do you know anything about medicine?
No, I don't know anything about medicine.
In that case, you can't help me.
Well, we're here without the boss now.
Yes, but these things happen, don't they?
Of course. And what are you counting on doing after all this?
I still have work to do here. I have to organize Walter Jones's affairs and take care of the estate. After that, I'll go and offer my services elsewhere. That's it. And you, Lorenzo?
This tower really took all my energy and all my time. I have a hard time thinking of myself outside of Segura. You know what I mean. So in fact, I don't really know what I'm going to do.
You have time, Lorenzo. Don't worry.
I must take your fingerprints for the investigation.
You want my fingerprints, Jack. It's amusing. But it's also very messy, Jack.
Thanks.
I love interrogations. If I speak bad, then you correct me, right, Jack?
Jack? Jack, it's you. Why don't you answer my messages? Where are you?
Whoa, don't hang up, honey. I'll take your call in my room. Sorry, I was very busy all day, darling. How are you?
You told me you'd be back this evening, Jack.
No, I can't. I really don't have a choice. I have a murder on my hands here, my sweetheart. It's a complicated case, and I don't think I'll be able to solve it quickly. I'm on an island, you see, and there are a few possible suspects. So as soon as I can, I'll hop on a plane and meet you again in Malibu. Okay, my beautiful? Yeah, me too. I love you.
Lorenzo, do you want to help me open this machine? My laundry's stuck inside and it's blocked.
Let's see. Can't be a big deal. The door's not opening. The lights are all off. Oh, okay. Well, it must be some problem with the electric supply. I'll take care of it, Sonia.
Will it be a while?
To tell you the truth, I haven't the slightest idea.
I must take your fingerprints for the investigation.
If one absolutely has to go through this, let's do it.
Thanks. I just have some questions to ask you. What is this pyramid, then?
Ah, Mr. Norm, here you've come to the right person. It's a Malediven pyramid that the locals of the archipelago call Hawita. It's a sacred place for them, and some anthropologists see it as a ritual site for the first Hittite colonies in the Indian Ocean.
I'm surprised that Colio, even if he was angry at Jones, was not more grateful for his generosity.
I wasn't aware that my grandfather gave gifts to this man.
Walter Jones gave this to Baina, didn't he? What were the bonds that connected them?
I never took to this girl. She plays people to make herself interesting and to attract men. She's a schemer interested in money. That's what I think.
I'm told that an accident left Baina mute. What is that about?
I only know that my grandfather fell with Baina from a place on the island, and that they both came out of it rather badly. I don't know the reasons and circumstances, and I prefer not to know.
Lorenzo said that you succeeded in getting out of your golden cage. What was he talking about exactly?
You know, Inspector, it's not easy to be the granddaughter of a billionaire who is authoritarian, a megalomaniac, and perverted. I always forced myself to keep a distance from the tyrant.
If Noland is to be believed, the young Baina literally cast a spell on Walter Jones. What do you know about this?
Mr. Norm, I don't have any illusions about my grandfather's morality, and Baina is far from being stupid. She knows that Walter Jones is a very rich man, and I believe she's very capable of using her charms with some talent.
What reasons could Billy have had for hating his grandfather?
For hating him? Plenty. For killing him? If that's where you want to go, none. Walter Jones never liked the side of him that was irresponsible and gambled, and he told him more than once. Billy is sometimes in dire financial straits, and our grandfather never helped him. That's why they didn't get along. But I'll tell you again, my brother is a peach, and would never hurt a soul.
So, tell me a little about Billy.
I love my brother, Inspector, but he worries me sometimes. He loves to gamble too much, and I'm afraid that he's throwing his career to the wind because of this.
What do you think of Christina?
Christina's body is an asset. I suppose it hasn't escaped you, Inspector. And she knows perfectly well how to make the most of what nature has given her. She seduces with the same ease with which others breathe.
What do you think of Colio?
Colio Jumhu? He's a wily old man whom my grandfather was obliged to compromise with. He enjoys an indisputable mystique with the indigenous people of the region.
What do you think of Baina?
She's apparently a charming bird of the islands, unfortunately totally bereft of conversation.
I would like to know more about Martin.
Martin is my husband, and I'm happy with him, Inspector. All is said, or almost. I admire my husband, and I admire his professional courage. It's not a secret. Martin has financial problems with his publishing firm, but I am by his side.
What can you tell me about Marco?
Marco is my darling younger brother, Inspector. What else can I tell you? I will always be there for him, no matter what happens.
What can you tell me about Clara?
I like my sister-in-law very much, Inspector. Clara reminds me of my grandmother, Anna Jones. The same kindness.
Sure, I see. I will certainly be able to use this for something. This could be useful. I must take your fingerprints for the investigation.
I guess that in an investigation, it's an unquestionable classic.
Thanks.
I assume you want to question me. So go on then.
What do you think of Christina?
Christina? A Russian model lost here in Segura. Quite a picture, isn't it? I don't really know her, Inspector. Except, of course, what everyone can see.
What can you tell me about Marco?
I hardly know my brother-in-law, Inspector, but what I do know of him is very positive. I appreciate him a lot. He is someone to reckon with, as they say.
If Noland is to be believed, the young Baina literally cast a spell on Walter Jones. What do you know about this?
How would I know that? The girl is very pretty. That must have been enough.
Surely.
Come in, please.
I must take your fingerprints for the investigation.
I imagine that I really don't have a choice for the requirements of the investigation, Inspector.
Thanks. Just one question. I won't be here for long. Lorenzo told me that you are as venal and tyrannical as your grandfather.
Lorenzo doesn't like anything that is contrary to his creative ravings, Inspector. That's all.
If Noland is to be believed, the young Baina literally cast a spell on Walter Jones. What do you know about this?
My grandfather was a rich and powerful man. In his life, he had all the women he wanted, and I doubt that a young island girl caused him to lose his reason.
What do you think of Christina?
Meeting Christina was one of the most important events in my life, Inspector. She is my soulmate, my feminine other. We are in total harmony on all counts.
Okay.
I love interrogations. If I speak bad, then you correct me, right, Jack?
Sonia said that you are a tease.
Sonia thinks that I want to steal her husband, but it is he who sweet-talks me, Jack. I'm not to blame.
If Noland is to be believed, the young Baina literally cast a spell on Walter Jones. What do you know about this?
Love makes one lose one's head. That's what they say, isn't it, Jack? But I'm not up to date on what happened between Walter Jones and Baina.
Thank you.
I recognized your footsteps, Inspector. Come in and do your job.
Well, all this is very touching. I must take your fingerprints for the investigation.
My fingerprints? Because you seriously think I'm a murderer, Inspector?
Thanks.
I rather like being interviewed. Go on, sir. An autograph, too?
Why do some people here compare you to Anna Jones, Walter Jones's deceased wife?
To tell you the truth, I didn't know her, but it seems that she was a very gentle woman. How opposites attract. I say this, but I didn't know Walter Jones before he lost his wife. Maybe he was more hospitable back then.
If Noland is to be believed, the young Baina literally cast a spell on Walter Jones. What do you know about this?
I swear that, strictly speaking, I know nothing, Inspector. How could I?
What do you think of Christina?
I like my brother-in-law, but between us, Inspector, don't you think it's a little strange that Marco would be with this woman? It's an indiscreet relationship.
What can you tell me about Marco?
I like Marco, and I respect his choices. If he's happy with Christina after all, it's good.
Thank you.
Stop this search immediately, or I'll call your superior and file a complaint.
I must take your fingerprints for the investigation.
Good. Well done, man. What do you want me to say?
Thanks.
What else can I do you for, Inspector?
What do you think of Christina?
I don't know Christina well, but when this woman walks into a room, you can feel the general level of adrenaline rise, that's for sure.
What can you tell me about Marco?
Marco, he was always grandfather's pet. Even when we were children, he was the favorite. And the old man helped him hugely in his political success.
I was told that you are a gambling addict of sorts.
It's not a secret for anyone. Gambling is stronger than I am.
It seems that you have financial problems, Billy.
No, some small gambling debts, basically.
Marco says that your childish irresponsibility is painful for your family. What is he talking about?
I love my brother, but he ought to mind his own business. It's true that I owe some money to my wife's father, but that doesn't concern him. I've never asked anything of my brothers and sisters.
If Noland is to be believed, the young Baina literally cast a spell on Walter Jones. What do you know about this?
I don't know anything about it at all. With grandfather, I didn't speak about most things, and certainly not about sex.
I understand. I must take your fingerprints for the investigation.
Okay, Jack Norm.
Thanks.
What is it? What do you want, Jack Norm?
For what reason was the hotel staff fired?
Old Jones did not give a damn for the men whom I asked to come and work in the tower. These men will never trust me again. I betrayed them. Do you understand that, Jack Norm?
What happened to the maintenance staff of the tower after that?
They went back to their houses on other islands. Walter Jones drove them away like dogs. It's me who made them come here, Jack Norm, so they are furious at me. This is natural.
A hotel of this size, deprived of all its staff. It's a darn problem, I'd say.
I did not want this business to lead to the firing of my friends. My diva stole from me. My diva cheated me, Jack Norm. My diva did as much harm to me as to old Jones.
Does their attorney defend your interests well?
Old Jones thought that we were too stupid to defend ourselves. He thought he could do whatever he wanted here. But this island is ours and no one else's.
Walter Jones was cheated well and good. But did he appeal this judgment?
My diva company cheated old Jones because it held the money from Jones to buy the island. The island is ours. This is as it should be.
Jones was not the type to take a verdict like this lying down. What's the status of the appeal?
Old Jones never gave up, that's for sure. But now he is dead, Jack Norm.
Sonia says that Walter Jones was to compose with you. What does she mean by that?
He made a huge tower on my island, and in exchange, I got nothing. So I said that it wasn't fair.
If Noland is to be believed, the young Baina literally cast a spell on Walter Jones. What do you know about this?
My daughter is pure. If Walter Jones wanted her, it was Walter Jones's problem and not Baina's.
Hubert de Noland says that you are an opportunist and a nuisance.
I don't know. I spent the evening in the cabin with Baina.
Hey, Jack. It's Winnie Kopp, the helicopter pilot. Can you hear me? We're coming in an hour to get the body. Finish what you have to do, because after that it'll be a party. See you soon.
I need you to enlighten me on a point. So, tell me a little about Billy.
Billy Jones is bizarre, Jack Norm. When Billy makes jokes, Billy laughs a lot. And Coolio does not understand why. Coolio does not understand Billy's jokes.
What do you think of Christina?
Christina is a very beautiful woman, Jack Norm. Christina is tall, strong, vigorous, and supple as a creeper.
I would like to know more about Martin.
Martin? The husband of Sonia Jones. I do not know Martin.
What can you tell me about Marco?
Old Jones had the blessing of the gods with Marco. Marco is the grandson of Old Jones, and the name of the Jones family is honored by Marco, Jack Norm.
What can you tell me about Clara?
I like Clara very much. Clara says hello to Coolio. Clara smiles at Coolio. Clara is a good woman.
I must take your fingerprints for the investigation. Thanks.
Correct match.
I need you to enlighten me on a point. What can you tell me regarding the death of Walter Jones? Where were you and what were you doing last night? What did this... What? Well, so, how did opportunistic buy strange? How did you... What is... So, what do you... I would love... What do you think of Colio? What do you know about Lorenzo Battaglieri? I would like... What do you... What can... Did you see anyone at the Tortoise Belvedere last evening, or did anything at all catch your attention? I think you're making fun of me.
Who was at the Tortoise Belvedere the night of Walter Jones's death? Lorenzo, Baina, and Nolan were at the Tortoise Belvedere the previous night.
Hi, Reeves. There were quite a few people around the billionaire that night. But above all, it's a young woman of the island called Baina who seems the most suspicious to me in this story. The problem is that she's not very talkative. To put it bluntly, she's mute.
I see. But what was this girl's motive? And how did she manage to push an obese man weighing 500 pounds into the water?
I still don't know a lot, Reeves. Give me a little time. I'll find the answers. Talk to you soon.
I was at the restaurant with the... That's okay. Come in, please. Hello? Granger? Okay, thanks. You have the quote on Wall Street? I'll wait. It's okay? Shit. It's still going down. Must do better, Granger. I'll call you at closing. That's it. Do your best. Thanks. Yes. That's it. Yeah. Bye. I'm awfully sorry, but I've got things to do.
What did Walter Jones tell you regarding his estate?
Walter Jones led me to believe that he wanted to make up with his grandchildren. He loved them despite all their deceptions. And he wanted the succession of the estate to pass smoothly.
Are you aware of what happened between Jones and Miss Baina Jumhu last night?
Inspector, I am aware of the importance of what I am confiding in you. I saw that Baina pushed Walter from the cliff. I saw it with my own eyes from the window of my office. I immediately went to the area to see if I could assist Walter.
Baina seems to have been defending herself against Walter Jones.
I can't swear by it, but I don't think so. A man in a wheelchair does not represent a danger. Moreover, she already had a violent relationship with Walter Jones. It wouldn't surprise me if she started it again.
I thank you for your help.
What happened between Walter Jones and Baena at the Tortoise Belvedere? It was a dispute with Baena that led to Walter Jones's fall.
Hi, Reeves. The daughter of the fisherman and Walter Jones had a vicious fight, which is presumably what provoked the fall. But I don't know yet if that is what killed him. I'm impatiently waiting for the report of the forensic expert.
Okay. I'll let you know the Chief Butcher's report as soon as I have news.
One hell of a day at work. I'm gonna go and rest a little while waiting for the forensic expert's results. Off to bed. Tomorrow is a new day. And I have this feeling that this investigation is going to have more surprises in store for me.
Hi, Vic.
Hey, Jack. Got you out of bed. I have good and bad news. Which should I start with?
The good news.
You're officially named investigating inspector in charge of this case. That's the good news. You'll receive the rogatory commission of the case in 10 minutes by fax. I'll have it sent to Nolan's number. The bad news is that the old man didn't die from his fall. It's not an accident, Jack. You'll discover this yourself from the autopsy report.
Yeah, I see. In fact, you've given me 2 pieces of bad news, Vic. I'll keep you posted.
The helicopter should have come by last night to pick up the body.
I just got a fax for you.
Thanks, Noland. Mr. Noland, this rogatory commission henceforth gives me all the powers attached to an official investigator of this case. I would like you to pass on this information to everyone on this island. Apart from that, I need a key card that gives me access to all the rooms of this tower, without any exceptions.
From now on, you're the boss, Inspector. But for the key card, you'll have to ask Lorenzo. He's the one responsible for that.
Walter Jones was certainly murdered. The bullet in the middle of his chest didn't leave him a chance. So he was still alive after his fall from the edge. It's the impact of the bullet that made him fall lower down.
What are the causes of Walter Jones's death? Walter Jones is dead from a bullet in the back that perforated his right lung.
Hi, Reeves. The case is clear. Walter Jones was actually shot. The bullet went through his chest. We've got a murder on our hands, and I think that little hyena has nothing to do with any of this.
I read the forensics report too, Jack. In my opinion, you should concentrate on the attorney. He was at the scene of the crime too, and he hasn't spit anything out yet. He's tough, this guy. Okay, good luck, Jack.
Things are now simple. There's a murder. It's sufficient to find the murderer.
They made some sort of arrangement, that's certain. Jones was incredibly crafty, even with his own family.
The ocean has covered the whole island.
There's something on this windowsill. Well, well, small bits of wood encrusted in the cement of the library windowsill. At present, no more laughing. I am the representative of judicial authority on this island, and I have a murder on my hands. The autopsy is categorical. Walter Jones died from a bullet wound in his back, and not as a result of his fall from the Tortoise Belvedere. With all the doubts stemming from the circumstances, Baena has nothing to do with the death. Nevertheless, I would love to have your point of view on this.
I'm extremely surprised by what you're telling me, Inspector. This means Baena couldn't have killed him by throwing him down from the top of the cliff. But you will admit, nothing proves that she didn't finish off poor Walter with a shot. And her father, old Colio, could very well have helped her.
Tell me, what were you doing at the hour of the crime, around 11 p.m.?
With all due respect, Inspector, let me remind you that I have already explained myself to you.
Noland, I know now that you were doing some smooth talking by letting me believe that you knew nothing about Walter Jones' plans for his estate. I don't like your making fun of me, Noland.
I acknowledge that I didn't tell you everything that I knew about Walter's feelings for his grandchildren, or for his plans for his estate. But you should know that I never advised Walter to go in this direction. I have a certain sense of family, Inspector. This letter dates back a while. Walter was still confiding in me at that time.
If the heirs had thought of inheriting, it seems they're off to a rather rocky start. What do you think?
I'll be frank with you, Inspector. Walter Jones was a man I esteemed and respected. But that Walter Jones of whom I speak disappeared long before his death. The truth is that he lost all sense of reality after his terrible accident. The fact of having become handicapped and nailed to his wheelchair made him paranoid and subject to monstrous bouts of rage. Walter Jones became a predator, obsessed by the idea that his own heirs wanted to deprive him of his fortune. He turned into an ogre toward his own descendants. He did all the dirty things one can imagine. He stopped short of nothing to hurt them. And his last act was to manipulate them, to stop them from putting him legally under psychiatric care, by making them believe that they'd inherit from him. I knew that no will existed in their favor, but what could I have done? You should know, Inspector, that Jones considered Sonia and Billy to be a pair of good-for-nothings. And if he believed briefly in Marco, in the end he concluded that the latter was a failure too, because he refused to break off with Christina, whom Walter believed to be an unscrupulous gold digger.
Do you know if Walter Jones was wearing something around his neck on the night of his death?
That evening, I have to admit I didn't pay attention, Inspector. But he usually wore a sort of chain around his neck.
Thank you for the information.
Not bad, Mr. Jones. Nice little safari for the entire Jones family. Strange, these drawers are closed and there's no obvious keyhole. Strange, these drawers are closed and there's no obvious keyhole.
This is not possible. The caliber of this ammunition is not the same as that of the bullet that was found in Walter Jones's body. This box of cartridges of the 270 Winchester Short Magnum is open, and it is missing cartridges. 7.03 millimeter caliber. Just like the bullet that killed Jones. I only have to find the weapon that could have shot this bullet. Ah, a 270 caliber Winchester Short Magnum. It's not 270 caliber Winchester. This rifle was used recently. This rifle was used recently.
No trace. Fingerprints on a weapon. This reeks of an amateur. The smooth wood of this weapon rubbed against a rugged surface. Strange, Mr. Jones, that a man as careful as you left such an ugly scrape on your beautiful rifle. The wood of the stock is still dripping with flax oil.
Correct match.
But why did you manipulate this rifle, Hubert de Noland?
Incorrect match. Correct match.
I will certainly be able to use this for something.
A classic attempt at seduction.
What was the weapon of the crime? The bolted rifle with the scuffed body and eyepiece in Walter Jones's office is the weapon of the crime.
Killed by one of his own weapons. How ironic. There's something on this windowsill.
From where was the shot fired? The shot was fired from the window of Walter Jones's library.
The shot was fired from the window of Walter Jones's library.
Hey, I'm proud of you. Very good work, Jack. From 200 meters in the middle of a storm? Your murderer has to be a top-class shot to succeed with a shot like that.
That's for sure. It's a real distance in the middle of the night, even if there was lightning. He's a master shot. This is not working.
Charming, these relationships between various members of the Jones family. Books on international law, Anglo-Saxon, and Maldivian law. Walter Jones left nothing to chance. Works on architecture, mainly about New York Art Deco buildings. Some books on Maldivian art, and here's a book on the works of Lorenzo Battaglieri. Mysteries. Agatha Christie, Conan Doyle, Dash Hammett, David Goodis, James Elroy. Good reading, Mr. Jones. Ah, we have Jules Verne. Beautiful original collection. 20,000 Leagues Under the Sea. Round the World in 80 Days. If only we had a hot air balloon to leave this tower. Books on economic and financial strategy. The library of a real businessman. All the ways of earning money while devouring your fellow creatures. Books on animal painters. Books on very different subjects. In English, in German, in French. There's a Spanish one here. It's strange for someone as organized as Walter Jones. Aha! So you had a secret penchant for the bottle, Mr. Jones. Not bad as a hiding place. Lorenzo, I got the Rogatory Commission along with all the powers that go with it. And I need a key card that opens all the doors in this tower.
No problem. Here, take this. It belongs to an employee who had access to all the rooms in the tower. And then, find the guilty party as fast as you can, Inspector.
Thanks, Lorenzo. Walter Jones was murdered. So we stop joking and respond correctly to my questions. Everyone got that? This document seems to incriminate Noland. I'm wondering if you know something that is liable to contradict it?
Mr. Jones was not about to confide in me on this matter, my dear Norm. But I came across Noland when he came out of the boss's office the afternoon of his death, and you should have seen his face. I'd never seen him in such a state. What you tell me doesn't surprise me. I can tell you that Noland is a real S.O.B. That he embezzled money from the pension funds of Jones's cement factory doesn't surprise me in the least.
What did Walter Jones... This... What? The autopsy is categorical. Walter Jones died from a bullet wound in his back, and not as a result of his fall from the Tortoise Belvedere. With all the doubts stemming from the circumstances, Baena has nothing to do with the death. Nevertheless, I would love to have your point of view on this.
Oh, that's great news. Baena's cleared of all suspicion. It's fully to your credit that you recognized your mistake, Norm. I imagine that you weren't at all aware of the arm that was used in the crime, Inspector.
What were you doing at the hour of the crime, around 11 p.m.?
But I already told you, Norm. I hated Mr. Jones for what he did to Baena. But despite everything, I'm sorry for the death of the old man, believe me. I remember being surprised by Baena's violence. Even if I could understand that she was taking revenge for Jones's beastly brutality. After his fall, I came out of my hiding place to reassure Baena. I promised her that I would protect her. I was ready to give evidence that the old satyr had assaulted her again, but Baena pushed me away and fled to take refuge in her father's cabin. At that moment, I confess, I was convinced that she'd intentionally pushed him, that she'd ruminated over taking revenge against Jones, and that if she'd agreed to accompany her torturer on his stroll, it wasn't totally innocent. In fact, I thought maybe she was waiting for a chance to revenge herself. And now, Inspector, you're telling me that Baena is innocent. Oh, now I am sure that she must detest me for having thought her guilty.
This man was a damn maniac. He seemed to fuss over these weapons with great diligence.
Mr. Jones was a long-time hunter, Norm. And like all self-respecting hunters, he took great care of his guns.
Tell me, you have an impressive sports record, Mr. Battaglieri. You haven't completely lost your touch, I suppose.
I don't like your question, Inspector. I can see what you're getting at, you know.
You don't have to worry, if you have nothing to reproach yourself for.
I admit that I was a very respectable shot in my youth. But the taste for weapons has now passed, you see.
Did Walter Jones wear this chain around his neck?
I can corroborate that, Norm. It was this chain.
What could this bottle of flax oil have been used for?
This flax oil is used to take care of the stocks of the luxurious rifles belonging to my boss, Inspector. It's an absolutely sensational product for bringing out the veins in precious woods.
Do you know if Walter Jones was wearing something around his neck on the night of his death?
I remember very well that Mr. Jones always wore his chain around his neck. Why would he have taken it off? It had the key to his room and to his safe hung from it.
Do you know who in this tower knows how to use a gun?
Apart from Walter Jones, I don't really know.
Did you see anyone in the library the evening of the murder?
You know perfectly well that I was not there, Norm. On the other hand, the computer ought to be able to tell us. All you have to do is ask it. But I have to know Mr. Jones's secret code. You understand, my boss didn't want cards assigned giving access to his office and his library without his consent. Do you have the code, Inspector?
Sorry, but I don't have it.
What a nuisance. Oh, but wait. I know that Jones hid the code in his desk. Unfortunately, I don't know precisely where.
I'll take note of it.
Ask all the questions you'd like to ask. I'm at your service.
The resale price of your shares to your boss seems pretty ridiculous, Nolan. It seems like some kind of arrangement between you both. Tell me if I'm mistaken.
The truth is that I am very indebted to Walter Jones in many spheres. Therefore, I voluntarily helped him by ceding him my shares at a moderate price. It was in order to strengthen Walter's position in his own firm in light of the merger with the company World Cement. A plan that was essential for Walter and his family, you understand? How could I not have helped him, Inspector?
This document is crushing, Nolan. What do you have to say in your defense?
Crushing? You're going too far, Inspector. I'm not going to pretend to be a professor of financial economics, but I do know that the CWPF received very handsome dividends, whereas my company suffered terrible setbacks in the financial markets. And I'll add that if the Construction Workers' Pension Fund had really wanted to secure its investments, it ought to have invested in Treasury bonds. The fund couldn't have been ignorant about that. The real victim is not the one we suspect, Inspector.
These documents attest that you had an accomplice and that you personally benefited at the expense of the employees of World Cement by using the company High Placement, which you then got rid of. The collection of these proofs could be a very good motive for killing Walter Jones.
Wait a second, Inspector. I willingly acknowledge that I helped my niece find a job. She's a brilliant young girl, and it was unacceptable that she was on unemployment. As for this so-called financial embezzlement, I only paid myself for the worth of my work and my expertise. That doesn't make me a murderer.
Stop making fun of me, Nolan. I'm beginning to see clearly through your petty skullduggery. You're going to respond to all of this in front of the court. Be sure of that.
I know the law well, and I know my rights, Inspector. I therefore refuse to continue this interrogation with you. I've nothing more to say to you in this regard.
This transfer of shares reimburses Walter Jones to the penny, the money you embezzled, Mr. Nolan.
I have to confess that the facts are against me. I had a long meeting with Walter Jones at the end of the afternoon on the very day of his death, Inspector. Walter was distrustful of everything, myself included. He had financed an investigation of my account, and he discovered what you know. Walter threatened to expose me to the courts. He had me, well and good. The old fox. He demanded that I retroactively transfer my shares in the Jones Company. Well, I drew up the paperwork for the transfer at the end of the afternoon. Walter and I were to have signed it after dinner.
Nolan, you had good reason to get rid of Walter Jones. I'm wondering under what circumstances these confessions could have been extracted.
I won't deny that that is my signature. But you should know, Inspector, that these confessions were extracted from me by blackmail. And obviously without any witness, they therefore have no legal value. Inspector Norm, I know that appearances are against me, but I can assure you that I am no murderer.
I could not have imagined that Jones could be such a bastard. And between us, I have the impression that you are not much better than him.
I thank you for the compliment, Inspector Norm. You can think whatever you want of me. My conscience is clear. I am, anyway, truly sorry to learn that Clara's father has serious health problems. I did everything to ensure that the Jones Company fall back in the lap of the Jones family. After all, the Jones grandchildren are not so blameworthy as to lose everything.
Walter Jones was not fond of Clara.
Walter Jones certainly asked me to find out about the chances of buying back Clara's father's consulting firm. I was supposed to advise Walter on the optimal moment to buy back the firm, at the best price, obviously.
I think that Walter Jones was unfair to Christina. I find her rather pleasant. Do you think like him that she's a gold digger without any scruples? After all, she could also have been interested in the estate.
Walter Jones didn't handle people with kid gloves, and Christina Bromsky was no exception, Inspector. Walter knew that Christina was manipulative and scheming. He was also well informed of Christina's limits. I don't think she will succeed in diverting the estate for her profit, despite her physical assets, which are obvious to the eyes, if I might dare say so.
Did Walter Jones wear this chain around his neck?
No doubt about it. This one looks a lot like it.
This family photo is very touching. I imagine that you learned to shoot because you have a gun in your hands?
Well, this photo was taken in Tanzania. That year I was very much part of the hunting party, even though I never liked to shoot animals. At the time, Walter loved taking his grandchildren on safari. He maintained that it contributed to their education.
So Lorenzo was formerly a biathlon champion. He hid this talent from me, you see. I suppose he didn't lose any of his qualities as a sharpshooter.
Lorenzo definitely knows how to shoot. He often borrowed a rifle from Walter. To distract himself, he enjoyed shooting gulls from the window of his studio. I confess that he had developed a certain expertise in this activity. He claimed that the acidic excrement from these birds was likely to prematurely endanger certain ornamental sidings that decorated the summit of the tower.
This man was a damn maniac. He seemed to fuss over these weapons with great diligence.
Walter Jones was a great hunter who did not let anyone take care of the maintenance of his guns. He shut himself for long hours in his office. Later, the whole room smelled of flax oil that he used abundantly to shine the wood of his rifles. I surprised him cleaning his guns the very afternoon of his death when I joined him for work.
Explain to me why this gun has your fingerprints, Mr. Noland.
I knew that I ought to have told you from the beginning, but I was afraid that you would suspect I was the murderer. When I saw that something was turning out badly between Baina and Walter, I took this rifle and I removed the eyepiece to observe what was going on. I was more than 200 meters away, and it was thanks to this rifle scope that I could distinguish Baina, who was pushing Walter over the edge. But the idea of shooting at Walter never crossed my mind. Why would I have killed him? He who made my career and generously remunerated me for my services.
You already lied to me. Now you want me to believe that you did not make use of this gun? How do you want me to believe you again, Noland? Okay, and supposing I believe you used the rifle as binoculars and not as a weapon, who could have taken the rifle after you and shot Walter Jones?
I didn't run into anyone when I left my office. I'm the only one left in the tower who has a key card to enter this office. I don't understand how Walter Jones could have been killed by this rifle. Please, believe me.
Thank you. Henceforth, I have a mandate and I represent the law. So no more evasive responses. Do you know if Walter Jones was wearing something around his neck on the night of his death?
Honestly, I don't remember, Inspector.
Do you know how to use a rifle?
You're informing me that our host was killed by the shot from a rifle, and now you're asking me if I know how to use a weapon. This is all a little too obvious, don't you think, Inspector? And even if all this turned out to be precise, I would avoid boasting around you, wouldn't I, Inspector?
Do you know who in this tower knows how to use a gun?
I don't have the foggiest idea, Inspector. You know I don't know Mr. Jones's circle very well.
Did you see anyone in the library the evening of the murder?
I never set foot in this library, Inspector. I therefore cannot help you at all.
What? Did Walter Jones wear this chain around his neck?
I have no idea.
I'm surprised. What do... With regard to Walter Jones, everyone plays the victim. But some people didn't refrain from trying to make him fall from his perch.
Listen, Inspector. It was publicly known that Walter Jones was no longer the same man after he had his accident. The procedure that we initiated to have him put under psychiatric care was perfectly logical. The old man was no longer of sound mind, and he wasn't even able to understand that he ought to pass on responsibility.
What did you get in return for rescinding that Walter Jones be put under psychiatric care?
I suppose that Hubert de Nolan told you that I was behind this initiative of putting him under psychiatric care. And yes, I acknowledge that without any shame. The shares of the Jones Company had been dramatically down for a while, which was not surprising in any case. Walter Jones had become a paranoid and dangerous old man for the viability of his corporation. He had endangered it by his irrational decisions. I understood that he was going to lose all his wealth. He had to be stopped before he led himself to ruin and took his grandchildren with him. But the old man had it in for us. We should never have signed this document. It's a mistake that will cost us very dearly because my wife and her brothers will get nothing. I am convinced of that now.
If the heirs had thought of inheriting, it seems they're off to a rather rocky start. What do you think?
Old Man Jones manipulated us all. I truly regret not having taken the procedure of putting him under psychiatric care to its conclusion. It is now clear that he had lost his mind, and that he was getting ready to disinherit all his grandchildren.
The autopsy is categorical. Walter Jones died from a bullet wound in his back, and not as a result of his fall from the Tortoise Belvedere. With all the doubts stemming from the circumstances, Baena has nothing to do with the death. Nevertheless, I would love to have your point of view on this.
Killed by bullets? That's really very disturbing, Inspector. I don't know who could have an interest in killing my wife's grandfather. I'm having a hard time believing that one of the heirs of Mr. Jones could be mixed up with this business. Really. He was, after all, their grandfather. The guilty party is without doubt a native of the island. These people are still roughnecks.
What did Walter Jones tell you regarding his estate?
I'm scarcely under any illusions, Inspector. I don't think that my wife will inherit from her grandfather. Mr. Jones was a greedy and ungrateful character. It's a sad truth. Sonia would well deserve to inherit from him after everything he has put us through.
What were you doing at the hour of the crime, around 11 p.m.?
I spent the evening with everyone else at the restaurant between 9:45 p.m. and 11:30 p.m., Inspector. After Mr. Jones left at around 10 p.m., I started watching television with my spouse. The programs were not very interesting, and when my brother-in-law Billy suggested a hand of poker, I was more than willing. Sonia and Clara didn't want to play, so we started a game with just the three of us, Billy, Christina, and me. We talked about Walter Jones's effort that morning at seducing us. Very artful, but no one was taken in by the old man. Jones was a wily fox, and I have the impression that he dragged us into a trap from which we won't get out undamaged. My wife, who had left for a short while, rejoined us. I remember that she was very irritated to find us talking about the issue of the inheritance of her grandfather's estate. I was tired, and the mood had become strained, so I vanished into my room. Sonia came and joined me a little later.
Sorry, but I understand nothing about architecture. I would like to have some things in this sketchbook explained.
I am a man of letters, Inspector. I'm not very practical-minded, and
From now on, you have to show more cooperation, because I am officially investigating a murder. What? The autopsy is categorical. Walter Jones died from a bullet wound in his back, and not as a result of his fall from the Tortoise Belvedere. With all the doubts stemming from the circumstances, Baena has nothing to do with the death. Nevertheless, I would love to have your point of view on this.
It's a nightmare. My grandfather killed by a bullet, but I don't understand. It's not possible.
What were you doing at the hour of the crime, around 11 p.m.?
I was at the restaurant between 9:45 p.m. and 11 p.m. First, I cleared the table with Billy and Clara. Since there was no more staff, we were obviously obliged to cope by ourselves, weren't we? After this, I watched a bit of television with Martin. Billy was bored stiff and suggested we play poker. Outside of poker, you know, I don't think anything else exists for my brother. Clara had a row with him, as usual, and the mood deteriorated. On top of that, poker bores me. So, Martin, Christina, and Billy began a hand, and I went up to Lorenzo's studio. Up there, the view is spectacular. I wanted to watch the storm which had started to lash the island. I always loved storms. I was alone. Lorenzo was not there. I helped myself to a drink. But let me point out to you right away, Inspector, I could not see the coastal path. Lorenzo's studio does not overlook that part of the island at all. After a while, Lorenzo was still not back, and I'd had enough. Don't misunderstand me, Mr. Norm. I wanted to chat with him. There's no ambiguity in our relationship. He's an eccentric fellow and a little cuckoo, and I wanted a change of air. I came back down to the restaurant, and I found Billy, Martin, and Christina still in the thick of it. And the sight was intolerable. Billy almost ruined his life with poker, and it's very painful for me to watch him play like an addict. Christina had left to go to bed. Martin wanted to read a manuscript for his publishing house, and he went back to our room. The storm had excited me, and I knew I wouldn't be able to sleep, so I stayed on with Billy and Clara. We talked. At one moment, I remember we stopped because it was thundering so loudly. It was really impressive. You could see the landscape across the panoramic window like in broad daylight. And I started to worry about our grandfather. After all, he was an old man, and it bothered me to know that he was outside in weather like that. I asked myself what he was up to. Finally, I told Billy that we had to go and check things out. He asked me to first give him one last whiskey. My brother was also an alcoholic, Mr. Norm, you'll realize soon enough. So I poured him a glass, and I served myself a glass of wine to keep him company. We talked about this and that till 11:30 p.m. We'd almost forgotten about Grandfather.
This document seems to incriminate Noland. I'm wondering if you know something that is liable to contradict it?
I don't know anything about this business, and I wonder if it's not yet another of my grandfather's dirty tricks. You know, Mr. Norm, he was really of a sort. He loved destroying people. Maybe he wanted to destroy Noland for pleasure. Maybe Noland knew too many things that could have compromised him, and my grandfather wanted to get rid of his attorney.
This transfer of shares fully reimburses Walter Jones for the embezzlement of funds by Hubert de Noland, doesn't it?
He succeeded in beating Hubert de Noland at his own game. That's all. My grandfather was very smart, you have to admit.
Sorry, but I understand nothing about architecture. I would like to have some things in this sketchbook explained.
You'd better ask Loretta.
What did Walter Jones tell you regarding his estate?
My grandfather brought us together to tell us about his will. He told us that we, my brothers and I, were his heirs. It might be true, but it doesn't change my feelings for him in any way. You can't buy me, Mr. Norm.
With regard to Walter Jones, everyone plays the victim. But some people didn't refrain from trying to make him fall from his perch.
I'm not the one who started this procedure, Inspector. It is Hubert de Noland who suggested this to Billy and me. I acknowledge that I supported and signed this procedure, but please understand me. Noland saw my grandfather often, which was not the case with me. I thought he was telling the truth about my grandfather turning senile.
Well, if you had thought you would inherit, it seems to me that this is in a little danger.
I didn't have any illusions about my grandfather for a long time, Mr. Norm, and this repugnant letter only reinforces my convictions. Walter Jones is good and proper, one of the biggest jerks I know.
What did you get in return for rescinding that Walter Jones be put under psychiatric care?
Listen, Mr. Norm, I don't want to tell you tales. It was a give and take between us. My grandfather was rewriting his will in our favor, something which is utterly normal and which happens in every family in the world, I'll allow myself to remind you, in exchange for which Billy and I accepted to sign this paper. My grandfather manipulated us one more time. He took us for a big ride. In my view, we'll get nothing. Absolutely nothing.
Why did Jones speak of your desire for revenge against him?
Mr. Norm, I will never forget, you hear me, never, that day. The day when I was able to restore some dignity to my father, who was humiliated by this jerk Walter Jones. And if I'd had a shorter temper, I would have killed my grandfather that day. It was everything he deserved. Yes, I would have so liked to kill Walter Jones.
This family photo is very touching. I imagine that you learned to shoot because you have a gun in your hands?
My God, you're bringing back memories, Inspector. I had forgotten this. It was nevertheless marvelous. My grandfather took us to a hunting reserve in Tanzania. There, Walter Jones was like a child. Yes, it's one of the best memories I will keep of him. His childlike laughter during the safari.
Did Walter Jones wear this chain around his neck?
I wouldn't stake my life on it, but this chain looks very much like the one my grandfather had.
Do you know if Walter Jones was wearing something around his neck on the night of his death?
Yes, I remember that my grandfather wore a small chain. I am certain, Mr. Norm.
Do you know who in this tower knows how to use a gun?
I saw Lorenzo Battiglieri use a rifle on gulls. It was a long time ago, but I don't think he has lost his dexterity, even if he is loaded with antidepressants.
Did you see anyone in the library the evening of the murder?
Why this question, Mr. Norm, since you already know? I was not in the library before or during the murder of my grandfather.
I get it.
I warn you, the rules have changed. I am the inspector officially in charge of the investigation of the murder of Walter Jones, and I therefore have all powers at my disposal to bring this investigation to a close. Did Walter Jones wear this chain around his neck?
Yes, I think this is Walter Jones's. I remember he always wore this necklace with a key.
What did Lorenzo... Sorry, but I understand. What did this... What? The autopsy is categorical. Walter Jones died from a bullet wound in his back, and not as a result of his fall from the Tortoise Belvedere. With all the doubts stemming from the circumstances, Baena has nothing to do with the death. Nevertheless, I would love to have your point of view on this.
It is clear. Baena never killed Walter Jones. Only an idiot could have thought that.
What were you doing? With regard to Walter Jones, everyone plays the victim. But some people didn't refrain from trying to make him fall from his perch.
Walter Jones was not crazy. He was old, that's all.
For Colio, I know that yesterday Baena did not stay in your company all evening. Can someone confirm what you were doing at the time?
No, Jack. But I know that I did not come near Walter Jones the whole evening. That should be enough for you.
Do you know if Walter Jones was wearing something around his neck on the night of his death?
That evening? I do not know, Norm.
Do you know how to use a rifle?
No, I do not need a rifle, Jack Norm. There is nothing to hunt here. There are only gulls, and they are not good.
Do you know who in this tower knows how to use a gun?
I saw Lorenzo shoot at the gulls. He is very good at it. He brought one down almost each time. But he is not the one who killed Walter Jones, that is for sure.
Did you... Henceforth, I have a mandate and I represent the law. So no more evasive responses. This document seems to incriminate Noland. I'm wondering if you know something that is liable to contradict it?
Grandfather mentioned his doubts about his attorney in passing, but I ascribed it to his naturally cautious temperament, which was almost suspicious. I could never have imagined that Noland could have fallen to this. I'm surprised that he got away with it.
This transfer of shares fully reimburses Walter Jones for the embezzlement of funds by Hubert de Noland, doesn't it?
It seems obvious to me, Inspector, that this transfer confirms that Grandfather had found a way to have Hubert de Noland pay for his swindling.
What did Walter Jones tell you regarding his estate?
Yesterday, at the end of the morning, he referred to his will. He told us that he intended to do things in a way that was just and fair for everyone. I have nothing more to say on this subject, Inspector.
The autopsy is categorical. Walter Jones died from a bullet wound in his back, and not as a result of his fall from the Tortoise Belvedere. With all the doubts stemming from the circumstances, Baena has nothing to do with the death. Nevertheless, I would love to have your point of view on this.
Oh, you can see that I'm staggered by this news, Inspector. My grandfather was murdered. I don't understand anything anymore, I confess. I can only count on you to shed light on this business as quickly as possible.
What were you doing at the hour of the crime, around 11 p.m.?
It seems to me that I have already answered this, Inspector. You ought to go and have another look at your notes.
With regard to Walter Jones, everyone plays the victim. But some people didn't refrain from trying to make him fall from his perch.
Listen, Inspector, I have nothing to do with this. Billy and Sonia had their reasons, which I did not share. I can more or less understand them, but I don't subscribe to this type of method within the family. One can handle things in another way, it seems to me.
Well, if you had thought you would inherit, it seems to me that this is in a little danger.
I acknowledge that my grandfather's hostile and fairly backward attitude towards Christina hurt me a lot, and no doubt it distanced us from one another. Without a doubt, I am paying the consequences for it today at a high price, Inspector.
What did you get in return for rescinding that Walter Jones be put under psychiatric care?
I didn't sign this document because I was against Billy's and Sonia's idea to put my grandfather under psychiatric care.
What was Walter Jones' position with regards to your political career, Marco?
He was not interested in my career of late, Inspector. Grandfather thought Christina was a schemer who was bad for my electoral campaign, that she was, in a way, badly cast for the role, politically incorrect. He wanted me to break up with Christina. I could not bring myself to do this, Inspector. My girlfriend runs my career with verve and intelligence. We're a darned good team together, and it's out of the question that I leave her. You know, last month Christina was subject to a terrible attack, but I refuse to believe that Walter Jones could be behind it.
I think that your grandfather was pretty unfair to your girlfriend. Christina seems to be very nice.
My grandfather didn't like Christina. For him, all girls from Eastern Europe were unscrupulous gold diggers. Unfortunately, it's no longer possible for me today to get him to change his mind, Inspector.
Do you think Walter Jones's fears about Christina were justified?
I owe a lot of things to my grandfather, and in the past he was an excellent advisor, but his mistrust of Christina was unfounded. You know, Inspector, even my electors are charmed by her. That said, if one day I had to choose between her and politics, you could be sure I would choose her.
This page from Jones's diary about Christina's aggression seems totally like a confession to me.
Yes. Of course, I had doubted the facts at times. I asked my grandfather for an account, but he always denied having ordered the aggression. I thank you, Inspector, for furnishing me with this proof. Walter Jones is dead. Peace be with him. But at least this sad affair has been brought to light.
Why did Walter Jones talk about Sonia's desire for revenge?
I remember Sonia's courage in defending our father, who had been humiliated by Walter Jones. I admire her enormously for having had the courage. My father, Edward Jones, was not a man of stature, you understand. For a long time, I admired my grandfather and despised my father.
You seem to me to have great skill as a marksman. Do you continue to practice this discipline, Marco?
This article is very flattering. I ought to know, Inspector. It's the press kit for my election campaign. It was written up by a very obliging journalist. I add that my drill sergeant liked me. He exaggerates my slight talent as a marksman. Today, I've certainly lost the touch. I've not fired a shot in a long time.
This family photo is very touching. I imagine that you learned to shoot because you have a gun in your hands?
This photo reminds me of the most beautiful moments with my grandfather. I remember that he gave us small camp rifles and took us to the foot of the acacia trees to shoot at little green monkeys that were stealing our provisions. It was a little barbaric as a form of entertainment, I give you that.
Did Walter Jones wear this chain around his neck?
I think so, Inspector.
Why does Clara speak about having to dutifully respect your choice of living with Christina?
Clara is very nice, but maybe a little narrow-minded. My sister-in-law has the usual prejudices against girls from Eastern Europe. Nevertheless, between Christina and me, it's true love.
According to Billy, Walter Jones did a lot for your political career.
I admit, Inspector, my grandfather was very interested in politics and generously financed my campaigns. I understand this could have made Billy jealous, but after all, isn't it normal that a grandfather helps his grandson in an enterprise that is certainly more laudable than a hand of poker?
Do you know if Walter Jones was wearing something around his neck on the night of his death?
I didn't pay a lot of attention, but I seem to remember that my grandfather indeed wore a small chain.
Do you know who in this tower knows how to use a gun?
The architect, for sure. I was able to watch him once. From the window of his studio, Lorenzo Battaglieri was shooting down gulls that were in mid-flight, and I can confirm, Inspector, that he was a top-class shot.
Did you see anyone in the library the evening of the murder?
No, I am unaware of what happens around me when I'm asleep, Inspector.
I understand. I need a key. At present, no more laughing. I am the representative of judicial authority on this island, and I have a murder on my hands.
The autopsy is categorical. Walter Jones died from a bullet wound in his back, and not as a result of his fall from the Tortoise Belvedere. With all the doubts stemming from the circumstances, Baena has nothing to do with the death. Nevertheless, I would love to have your point of view on this.
One way or another, Jones is dead, Jack. For me, it changes nothing. For little Baena, it's different, of course. She is less guilty than before.
I get the impression that Walter Jones didn't particularly appreciate you. Am I mistaken?
I'll tell you a story, Jack. One evening in Houston, as I was leaving the movie theater, I was attacked by a man. He hit me and slashed my face. It was one of Walter Jones's hitmen, I am sure of it. The guy said, "Go away, you dirty communist slut. Go back home to Russia. It's the last warning. You understand that, you bitch? Next time you'll be dead." And he stuck his knife into my cheek. Of course, it was the old goat Jones who wanted to intimidate me, to force me to leave Marco. He thought that it would injure his political career if I was seen around him.
If I may permit myself, Christina, I believe that Jones was unfair to you. Do you believe that you can get your hands on at least a small piece of the estate now that he's dead?
I am not an heir. And then, Marco and I, we are not yet married. If you know of a formula that will allow me to have this old jerk's money, then you have to let me know right away, Jack.
Sorry, I don't know. Do you think Walter Jones's fears about you were justified, miss?
Maybe. I don't know, Jack. There are people who like me and others who don't. But Marco was ready to leave politics because of his love for me. He told me this often.
Christina, this page from Jones's diary about the assault on you seems totally like a confession to me. What do you think?
Of course it doesn't surprise me. Walter Jones didn't have the courage to do the dirty work himself. I was beaten and given a death threat by a hired hand because the son of a bitch wanted to force me to leave Marco because he's a Republican candidate and I wasn't a woman suited to a future senator. Jack, life was not always easy for me. When I lived in Russia, it was sometimes really hard. So it doesn't really frighten me to have the blade of a knife pointed at me, understand? I would have loved to kill this pig of a Jones myself. Yes, I regret it.
I'm surprised that Colio, even if he was angry at Jones, was not more grateful for his generosity.
In any case, it's not to me that Mr. Jones would have made a gift.
So, what did Walter Jones tell you regarding his estate?
Marco doesn't tell me everything, you know. He still keeps some small secrets from me.
What were you doing at the hour of the crime, around 11 p.m.?
I played poker with Billy and Martin all evening. Then I left to go to sleep and found Marco already asleep. It must have been between 10:30 p.m. and 11 p.m. Sonia was very hostile to me because she didn't like seeing me playing and chatting with Martin. At one point she went out to calm down.
If the heirs had thought of inheriting, it seems they're off to a rather rocky start. What do you think?
This man detested me, Jack, and I didn't love him either. He wanted me to leave. Marco didn't want to leave me, so Walter Jones made him pay. There, you have it all.
What did you get in return for rescinding that Walter Jones gave this to Baena, didn't he? What were the bonds that connected them?
A diamond. One has to find the woman, Jack. Walter Jones was still very young, wasn't he? Despite his age. He must have used the gift to... In short, you see what I'm saying, Jack?
Did Walter Jones wear this chain around his neck?
I don't know, Jack. Really.
You don't seem to be very welcome in the Jones family, Christina. They all think that you're a gold digger.
I doubt it. For them, a girl from Eastern Europe is necessarily a slut. What do you want me to do, Jack?
Do you know if Walter Jones was wearing something around his neck on the night of his death?
I don't know, Jack.
Do you know how to use a rifle?
No, of course not. I don't like all this stuff, Jack.
Do you know who in this tower knows how to use a gun?
No, I can't help you, Jack.
Did you see anyone in the library the evening of the murder?
Oh, Jack. Marco and I were very busy. You understand what I'm trying to say, don't you? Our room doesn't have a view on the library, so in any case, we would not have noticed anyone there.
Okay. Walter Jones was murdered. So we stop joking and respond correctly to my questions. Everyone got that? The autopsy is categorical. Walter Jones died from a bullet wound in his back, and not as a result of his fall from the Tortoise Belvedere. With all the doubts stemming from the circumstances, Baena has nothing to do with the death. Nevertheless, I would love to have your point of view on this.
I don't know, Baena, but I have a good instinct about these people. And frankly, I don't see her scheming something so horrific. But I am a little lost with all this, Inspector.
What were you doing at the hour of the crime, around 11 p.m.?
I was at the restaurant from 9:45 p.m. to 11 p.m. I cleared the table with Sonia, I washed the dishes, and cleaned up. If you must know, I'm fed up with being their maid. I had a fight with Billy because he was playing poker. It's crazy. He keeps on playing as if he didn't kick up enough trouble in my life and in my father's, too, with his gambling debts. It drives me nuts, but he just doesn't listen. After that, the maid prepared food for the next day. That was my evening, Inspector.
I'm surprised that Coley... Sorry, but What did Walter Jones tell you regarding his estate?
Walter Jones completely changed his attitude with his grandchildren. He wanted to bequeath them all his money. Well, so much the better. But after all the terrible things he did to them, it's a little late.
With regard to Walter Jones, everyone plays the victim. But some people didn't refrain from trying to make him fall from his perch.
I won't pretend to be indignant with you, Inspector. Jones did everything he could to push his grandchildren down this route. He deserved it, that old shark. Believe me.
What did you get in return for rescinding that Walter Jones be put under psychiatric care?
You ought to speak to Billy, Inspector. I don't get mixed up with the family affairs of my husband.
What is the connection between Walter Jones and your father's consulting firm?
You're certainly well informed, Inspector. Walter Jones is responsible for the collapse of my father's consulting firm. The jerk didn't want to help Billy, who was in danger of being finished off by the Russian mafia because of some gambling debts. The old man wouldn't lift a finger, and it was my father who absorbed Billy's debts. He did it for me, of course, but he counted on Billy repaying him in the shortest possible time. Well, obviously, Billy wasn't able to reimburse him. That put my father's business in difficulty. The poor man had a heart attack, and in fact, he almost died, you know. He's still not out of that mess. And guess what? The Jones Company is in line to buy my father's firm. I dreamed of strangling Jones, Inspector. Yes, I really dreamed it.
I get the impression that Walter Jones was not very affectionate with you.
Walter Jones knew that my father's health was poor after the payment of his consulting office was stopped, and he didn't do anything about it. Even though he was a self-made man just like my father, he could have tried to understand that for my father all would be lost, especially because this was all because of Billy, Inspector. Yes, Jones was a monster, a cruel and heartless man.
All this seems to indicate that Billy got himself in a real soup, and his family with him. What do you think?
It is, above all, Walter Jones who got us into that soup, Inspector. That old jackal was in no position to give lessons in morality, believe me. It was he who never wanted to absorb the debts of my husband. Walter Jones, one of the richest men in the world, didn't let go of a cent for his grandson.
I didn't think Jones was such a jerk. And his accomplice, Nolan, doesn't seem to be much better.
As far as I'm concerned, Walter Jones can burn in hell, Inspector. And Nolan deserves no better. He's the one who advised his boss to let my father's consulting firm collapse to pieces so that they could buy it at a throwaway price.
Did Walter Jones wear this chain around his neck?
This is a man's chain. It reminds me of something, but I really don't know what.
Do you know if Walter Jones was wearing something around his neck on the night of his death?
I don't remember at all, Inspector.
Do you know how to use a rifle?
No, I don't know how to use a weapon. I don't even know how it works, you understand? It's not my thing, Inspector, that's all.
Do you know who in this tower knows how to use a gun?
No idea. Certainly not Billy. He doesn't know how to do anything with his 10 fingers. You can believe me on that, Inspector.
Did you see anyone in the library the evening of the murder?
I certainly must have already told you that I was playing at being a maid in the kitchen at that time.
I get it. The ocean has covered the whole island. I warn you, the rules have changed. I am the inspector officially in charge of the investigation of the murder of Walter Jones, and I therefore have all powers at my disposal to bring this investigation to a close. The autopsy is categorical. Walter Jones died from a bullet wound in his back, and not as a result of his fall from the Tortoise Belvedere. With all the doubts stemming from the circumstances, Baena has nothing to do with the death. Nevertheless, I would love to have your point of view on this.
What are you saying? They shot the old man? Wow, we're swimming in a real crime novel now, Norm. And I bet you're going to conduct an investigation and unmask the guilty party, right?
What were you doing at the hour of the crime, around 11 p.m.?
I played poker with Martin and Christina between 9:45 p.m. and 11:15 p.m. And, of course, I had a row with my wife, who made a scene because of it. She hates the game. I asked myself how I can still tolerate her. Sonia and Martin, they fought over something petty. I can't remember what it was. In any case, Sonia was really tense. She left to calm down a little. And it was her, I stress it was her, who came back for our grandfather. She was beside herself with worry that he should be out in such horrible weather. We discussed it and said that we better check out where the old guy was. It was 11:30 p.m., and it was then that Nolan burst into the room telling us that our grandfather was dead.
Sorry. This family photo is very touching. I imagine that you learned to shoot because you have a gun in your hands?
Oh yeah, I remember. Sometimes it was really fun. I was a kid, and the lions and the elephants and all that, it suited me fine. But hunting? No. Really not my thing. You had to walk for hours and hours to finally come face to face with a beast that wanted nothing to do with you. My grandfather took me for a moron because I was no good at it.
This document seems to incriminate Nolan. I'm wondering if you know something that is liable to contradict it?
I never liked this Nolan fellow, but now it's for a good reason. It seems pretty damning, Inspector.
It's the time for soup. I have a real internal clock for these sort of things.
I wonder what the heirs are talking about.
I've rarely seen all three of them come together. It's a good sign that they can all talk together. You and I, we're just add-ons in a way. Let's not get mixed up in their family business.
I agree, but still, I'm curious seeing them like this. That's all I wanted to say. And then, I don't like whispering.
You look worried, Billy.
Now, yes, I'm thinking of the raft. Do you think it's a good idea?
That's a good idea, Billy, but it's risky because of the bad weather. The forecast says that things are going to get worse. I spoke to my partner on the phone. I explained our situations to him. I can assure you that in Houston, they have an interest in moving their butts and getting us a helicopter or a seaplane as soon as possible. And if not, they'll all be fired when I get back.
Bravo, my dear little brother. Okay, we've decided to speak about Grandfather's estate. How do you see things?
Apparently there's no will on the horizon. As for the marriage plan that you discovered, well, we could say that we were close. Grandfather had an awful scheme. It shocks me, I won't deny that.
According to Noland, the general laws of inheritance apply here as well. Since Grandfather didn't leave a will, his estate reverts to those who have a direct right of succession. That would have been Father. Then the indirect successors, that is to say, the three of us. The situation is rather favorable.
I admire your optimism, Billy. I hope the Grandpa doesn't have a new shock for us. Even dead, he's wicked.
I am of Billy's opinion. I don't think we have to worry too much about the estate. My worry is elsewhere. We absolutely have to get off of this island.
A question is buzzing in my head. This transfer of shares fully reimburses Walter Jones for the embezzlement of funds by Hubert de Noland, doesn't it?
Wow, Norm. If you ask me, with this, Mr. Hubert de Noland seems pretty much in hot water.
What did Walter Jones tell you regarding his estate?
The old miser told us we were going to inherit his empire, the Jones Company. I wasn't expecting it at all, and I'd be lying if I said that I wasn't thrilled.
With regard to Walter Jones, everyone plays the victim. But some people didn't refrain from trying to make him fall from his perch.
Oh, you know I didn't take part in this thing wholeheartedly. Sonia and Martin had their reasons, and I had mine.
Well, if you had thought you would inherit, it seems to me that this is in a little danger.
Helping for Grandfather's estate is like betting on a bad hand. One has little chance of winning. I'm a gambler. I counted on it anyway. I shouldn't have.
What did you get in return for rescinding that Walter Jones be put under psychiatric care?
Well, it was our only chance to recoup our grandfather's estate. Well, as I said, my grandfather brought Sonia and me together in his office to sign this paper. He made an impossibly huge fuss about how he had fired all his staff and how it was a call for help. He wanted us to take care of him and pamper him. Us, his cherished grandchildren. See what kind of guy he is? We asked to see his will, but what do you think? What play acting when I think back. He was a big bluffer, the old man. He wouldn't have been bad at poker.
Ah, well, Billy, I had this impression that you shook a stick at a beehive, and that you dragged your family into this murky business.
Well, it's true, I confess. I made a real mess of things. And then after all, it doesn't surprise me that my miserly grandfather hated me to the end. Nevertheless, I trusted him. I thought he was going to help me out, or that his estate would help me later. And then the old jerk didn't lift his little finger when Grigory Pavliev, the insane mafia don, contracted someone to deliver my head. You're from the police. You have to get me out of this situation, Norm. Otherwise, I'm a dead man.
Walter Jones was not fond of Clara.
I dragged a lot of people I love into hot water. Gambling, drugs, all that. I know. My grandfather was pitiless towards me. He never gave a single cent to save me from misery. But still, he could have spared my wife and my father-in-law. But that's the way it is. I'm a good-for-nothing, and Walter Jones was the worst of sharks.
I didn't think Jones was such a jerk, and his accomplice Nolan doesn't seem to be much better.
Inspector, I know that my father-in-law has some major health issue, and that it's all my fault. My wife is angry at me. It's to be expected. But Walter Jones could have arranged everything just by lifting his little finger. He preferred to take advantage of the situation by preying on my father-in-law's business. He's the king of jerks, and his acolyte is more or less the same, Norm.
Why did Walter Jones talk about Sonia's desire for revenge?
The truth is that Sonia is the bravest of us all. She really has courage, if you see what I'm trying to say. The grandfather always knew this. He was afraid of her and respected her. Sonia didn't fall for it. She was the only one who fought back. You understand?
Did Walter Jones wear this chain around his neck?
Well done, Inspector. That's the chain.
Do you know if Walter Jones was wearing something around his neck on the night of his death?
I didn't pay a lot of attention, but I remember that my grandfather always wore a small chain. Ever since he built this tower, I always saw him wearing a chain. Of that, I'm sure.
Do you know who in this tower knows how to use a gun?
On that point, Inspector, I haven't got the foggiest.
Did you see anyone in the library the evening of the murder?
Listen, I already told you everything about this. In the end, Inspector, your questions are exhausting.
I understand.
The clues do not match. Who is a good shot? Lorenzo, Marco, Noland, Billy, and Sonia are good shots.
Lorenzo and Noland are very good shots. As for the grandchildren, it's Grandpa Jones who educated them. A special mention for Marco, who even distinguished himself in the Army thanks to his talents as a shot. Billy's the only one who couldn't be trigger happy. Anyway, that's what he says. Gives us a good handful of suspects at any rate.
I'm delighted to see that things are moving well, Jack. Choose among your 3 suspects. You'll find the skillful gunslinger who used the weapon of the crime the evening that Walter Jones was sent to the kingdom of the dead.
Just one question. I won't be here for long. Sonia told me that you had advised her to put Walter Jones under psychiatric care?
I acknowledge this without shame, Inspector. I supported the steps taken by Walter's grandchildren in the interests of the entire Jones family. I didn't understand Walter's unjustified distrust of his grandchildren, and I feared that he was beginning to be scared. But I insist on the fact that I'm not the one who initiated the procedure. Martin was the first to contact me about this.
I'll take note of it.
This could be useful.
This suitcase is closed. Long live the old-fashioned methods. This marriage speech is destined, above all, for Jones's grandchildren. Not very romantic for the bride or for Colio. I would like to ask you 2 or 3 questions.
Tell me what this object was doing in your suite.
Okay, Mr. Norm, I'll tell you everything. Around 11:30 p.m., Billy and I went down to go in search of our grandfather. We headed toward the elevator, and who did we see coming looking appalling, dirty, and soaked from head to toe? Herbert de Nolant in person. He furtively took the elevator. The indicator light told us that he stopped at the floor where my grandfather's apartment was. I told Billy I found this odd. So we took the elevator and followed Nolant. When we got off, we followed his muddy tracks all the way to my grandfather's room, where we found the jerk rummaging through grandfather's safe. He was examining objects of the marriage ceremony that my batty grandfather had wanted to celebrate with that little slut of the island. Indeed, at that moment, I didn't yet know what Nolant had in his hands, but I pounced on him for an explanation, as you might suspect, Inspector. And he launched into smoky explanations while wriggling around like someone who was far from having a clean conscience. With all I saw, I didn't hesitate for a second, Mr. Norm. I tore the items that belonged to my grandfather from Nolant's hands, and I cleared out with Billy. Billy doesn't always have a clear head, especially after a certain point in the day, so I hid these items in my own things. I was sure that they would be safe there.
What do these inscriptions mean?
You're lucky, Mr. Norm. I have a doctorate in archaeology, and as it turns out, I'm pretty interested in this region and its culture. My grandfather suggested I study the dialect of the archipelago, and in particular the Maledivian of Segura. Let's see, Inspector. This tortoise that you are holding is a ritual object that recalls the customary law, and that holds wedding rings. The inscription that is marked is literally translated as, "The earth, the fruits, and all the island holds on its back belong to the first tribe and to all its children." This clearly shows that foreigners cannot possess anything on the island. This includes the house that they had intended to construct. Nothing can belong to them on this island. I will translate the remainder for you. To unite with a son or a daughter of the first tribe, the foreigner will give all that he or she possesses. That which is given to Segura is never taken back. This is very clear, Inspector. All the primitive matrimonial and patrimonial rights of the islands are summarized here. You undoubtedly noticed that my grandfather had another ritual inscription translated in his marriage speech. This inscription lays out what is legally entailed by a marriage between a foreigner and a native of the island. It's an incredible mechanism of exploitation. You give everything to the girl from the corner who you marry, and too bad for the heirs. This tribal skullduggery almost wiped out our most legitimate rights, Mr. Norm.
Jack, I can't believe this. I've left like 15 messages. You're going to think I'm crazy. But I'm waiting for you at the restaurant. I mean, you know how hard it was to get these reservations? Jack?
Don't hang up, please. I'll get more privacy to talk to you.
It's going to be longer than I had hoped, my beautiful. The inquiry is a little complicated.
I mean, where are you? I don't understand what's going on. I've been calling you. I left. I drove. I had to take the car over, and I had to have the whole oil thing. And I got to tell you about that because this bill is just crazy. You won't believe how much he's trying to dig us for.
Listen, the fellow was killed by a bullet, and as a result, I've got almost 10 suspects on my hands. I'm doing my best and my quickest, my beautiful. Yes, I promise you, I'm thinking of you. Of course, I love you.
You can simper, my beautiful. I'm not buying into it. I know very well that you can speak. You're playing mute to soften up Lorenzo, but I'm not blind. I see that you're running after him. My poor girl. But Lorenzo only feels pity for you. Do you understand that? You hoped that you could hoodwink the cop, but not me. I know very well that you're the murderer, because it wasn't enough for you to push an old man in a wheelchair into the void. You had to finish him off by pulling the trigger. And now you think you can mooch off Lorenzo. You have your head in the clouds, my poor girl. You'll end up in the ditch. That's what will happen. Bitch, you'll pay me back for that. I'm all yours, Inspector Norm. I mean, in a manner of speaking.
The speech suggests the existence of a note explaining how access to the chapel was possible. You haven't put it aside by chance, have you?
An explanatory note explaining how to access the chapel, really? I don't remember it. Don't look at me like that, Mr. Norm. Well, it's true that I found a vague drawing for opening the altar of the chapel. A drawing that I hastened to destroy, as you can well imagine. With such a document, Baina would have opened the altar. She would have recovered her repugnant marriage act which deprived us of our inheritance. That's all that could be missing, that I myself helped this little slut from the island to cheat us.
I heard that there's a chapel somewhere. Do you know where it is?
I have absolutely no idea. I know about its existence only since I read my grandfather's awful speech.
Sure, I see. I warn you, the rules have changed. I am the inspector officially in charge of the investigation of the murder of Walter Jones, and I therefore have all powers at my disposal to bring this investigation to a close. Did Walter Jones wear this chain around his neck? The autopsy makes me think that Walter Jones was killed by a bullet in the back, and not as a result of his fall from the Tortoise Belvedere. I therefore owe you an apology, miss. I think that you had no connection with his death. Do you know if Walter Jones was wearing something around his neck on the night of his death? I thank you for your help. I'm hoping to ask you some questions. I heard that there's a chapel somewhere. Do you know where it is?
I don't know anything about it. Like you, I knew of its existence from reading my grandfather's speech, but it didn't say where it could be found.
According to your sister Sonia's declaration, you participated with her in the theft of some items that Hubert de Noland had just found in the safe.
I have nothing to hide. It's Noland who stole the key to my grandfather's safe and all that the safe contained. I know this because I was there. Sonia and I had decided to go in search of the old man, and it was then that we saw Noland come back to the tower. The guy was dripping wet. We were already puzzled, and even more so when we saw him take the elevator to my grandfather's floor. On the one hand, we were reassured because we were convinced that the old man was out of trouble in his apartment, and on the other hand, we were also puzzled by Nolan. What in the hell was he doing at such an unearthly hour at the old man's? So we decided to have a closer look, and that's how we discovered that the old man was not in, and that Nolan was busy burgling his safe. The attorney was checking out a box to be used for my grandfather's marriage with the young native of the island. We found him, and Nolan panicked. He mumbled some bullshit. Needless to say, we didn't believe it for a second. My sister reacted very swiftly, and she took back the items from Nolan. If not, he would surely have swiped them. There you have the full story, Inspector. I simply accompanied my sister, Sonia.
I thank you for your help.
I am entirely at your disposition, Inspector.
I heard that there's a chapel somewhere. Do you know where it is?
A chapel? I never heard any talk about it. Maybe Lorenzo knows something. It's he who built the tower, after all.
So, what?
Ask all the questions you'd like to ask. I'm at your service.
I heard that there's a chapel somewhere. Do you know where it is?
I am indeed aware of the existence of this chapel, but I've never set foot in it. It was Walter Jones's little secret, which he counted on revealing for his wedding.
According to what Sonia Jones told me, she surprised you just when you were opening the safe with Walter Jones' key. The wise thing for you to do is to tell me everything right now.
Huh! Sonia Jones is an unscrupulous young woman with a lot of nerve. It's she who's the thief. It's she who took possession of the papers that I found in the safe. For I recognize that I took the documents that were in the safe, and I'm even proud of it. I thereby obeyed the orders of Walter Jones. I had to make myself familiar with his testamentary dispositions to fulfill his last wishes. And between us, Inspector, I was more than surprised that Walter Jones had finally decided to disinherit his whole family. Yes, very surprised.
Mr. Noland, I'm starting to ask myself if, in addition to robbing corpses, you're not also guilty of your boss's murder.
I am an attorney, Inspector Norm. I know the law at least as well as you do, and I know perfectly well that you cannot accuse me of murder on the basis of a simple theft. A theft as perfectly justified as there ever was. Because after the violent death of my boss, I absolutely had to put the documents from his safe in a secure place.
I don't think you're telling me the whole truth.
Stop trying to outsmart me, Lorenzo. I know perfectly well what's going on between you both. Sonia is my wife, and I want you to leave her alone. Understand?
I find you totally ridiculous, man. And Sonia is grown up enough to know what she wants.
Apparently, you don't understand me very well, Lorenzo. You are not in a position of power. In fact, far from it. I can have you fired from your job. You'll lose everything. Sonia and everything else.
You have too much imagination, and you are crossing the line, Martin. Get out of here or I'll throttle you.
Sorry to interrupt your genial conversation, sirs.
Oh, it's nothing, Inspector. We're having a talk.
I was just leaving.
Just one question. I won't be here for long. I heard that there's a chapel somewhere. Do you know where it is?
Of course I know. I built it. You could find it in Walter Jones's bedroom. Unfortunately, he told others the way to get in, but not me. If you want to go there, I can't help you.
Interesting.
Correct match.
Just one question. I won't be here for long. You left your fingerprints on the key that you stole from your boss. It's very serious. Come now, explain to me what purpose it served for you.
Well, there are duties that we wish we never had to fulfill, Inspector Norm. I'm sure you understand me. I was the attorney and confidant of Walter Jones. We were agreed, he and I, that I was to protect his interests if anything ever happened to him. I therefore took this key to prevent those with the wrong intentions from getting in, and thus to assure myself that his last wishes were secure in the safe. Unfortunately, the safe was empty, and I'm afraid somebody had been there before me.
You're mocking me, Noland. I believed you weren't able to approach poor Walter Jones because the waves were so high. You lied. You would have tried to save him, right?
No. You're mistaken, Inspector. I promised that Walter was no longer moving when I got near him. His head was frighteningly bloodied. He had a ghastly and corpse-like face. It was dreadful to see. And Walter was a very ample man, more than 500 pounds in my view. How would I have hoisted him up? I could easily have fallen down with him. So, I did my duty by taking the key as he had asked me to in the event that something happened to him. I swear.
We'll talk about it again.
Who stole the chain from Walter Jones's neck? Hubert de Nolan stole the key from Walter Jones's neck.
Hi, Reeves. The attorney Hubert de Noland is really not clean. He's the one who stole the key of the safe from his boss's corpse, and he pretends the safe was empty by chance. Okay, I'll keep you posted.
Watch out for yourself, Jack. You gotta keep an eye on this guy. I believe you've got your suspect. Good luck.
What are you doing here, Colio? Are you waiting for Walter Jones's ghost to open the door?
Do not make fun of me, Jack Norm. Do you know how to enter?
Yes, Colio, I have what it takes. If I understand correctly, you want to come in with me? What do you want to do in this apartment?
Just like that, Jack Norm. I want to see the chambers of old Jones. I was told it is a beautiful place with a lot of riches, so I want to see it, that is all.
You like the painting, it seems. I don't really like this piece. Each to his own tastes.
I am a fisherman, and I don't know paintings well, Jack Norm.
I didn't disturb you, Colio.
Huh? No, you are not disturbing me, Jack Norm.
A billionaire with an empty safe is not very normal. What could Jones have been hiding in his safe to the point of whetting appetites to this extent?
What was in Walter Jones's safe? Is Nolant responsible for the theft? Sonia, with Nolant's help, stole Walter Jones and Baina's marriage articles.
Reeves, the attorney and two heirs stole the objects in the safe. They wanted to stop the marriage ceremony between the old billionaire and the young Baina at all costs, a ceremony that could have happened post-mortem. I do think that in the eyes of some people, Baina is the enemy to be destroyed.
Yeah. Estates stir up longings and spawn the worst baseness, my friend. But you do your job, Jack. Interrogate all these people thoroughly. I want that murderer, Jack.
It's nothing. This inquiry. I'm empty. Come on, it's time to go to the restaurant to question these good people.
I'm asking for your attention, please. I have some essential information to communicate to you. You all know that the archipelago was hit by a hurricane last night. Well, this hurricane damaged the structure of the tower. This morning, I noted many cracks in the lower floors, particularly in the suites you're occupying. The stones of the foundation and many walls were weakened. You know that a part of the electrical circuit is no longer working. It's therefore very urgent that we evacuate these suites. I would ask you to immediately pack your things and move to the heliport lounges. I know we'll be less comfortable there, but at the very least, we'll be safe. And that's what is of the utmost importance. We will then be evacuated to the island of Saleh. As you might suspect, the authorities of the archipelago are overwhelmed. They're giving priority to the inhabitants of the islands that were the most devastated. There were some dead and many injured. Please don't give in to panic. Let us all remember that in this catastrophe, we were lucky, very lucky.
Inspector Norm. Inspector,
What happened to you, Nolan?
I have some crucial revelations for you, Inspector. I know who the murderer is. I can't tell you like this right now. I have to confirm some details, you understand. So I'll tell you everything tomorrow morning, without fail.
Very well. So be it, Nolan. If you cannot tell me now, you'll tell me all this tomorrow morning. What a darn day. Let's hope tonight is less catastrophic than last night. Where might I be able to sleep? Oh, well, I think I've seen worse. Off to brush my teeth and then to bed.
Hi, Jack. It's Reeves. You okay?
You're asking me if I'm well? I was just woken up by a small earthquake or something of that sort. This tower is going to collapse if this continues. I'm not liking this at all, Reeves. You have to evacuate us as soon as possible, or else it won't just be a murder that you have on your hands, but real bloodshed, and me included.
Calm down, Jack. Calm down. Is everyone alive?
I just woke up. I still haven't seen anyone. Things are okay here, but I think that there is terrible damage elsewhere in the building. Reeves, I'll take a look around and I'll call you, okay?
This storm has wreaked havoc in the entire archipelago, Norm. 11 dead on the island of Mahu, crushed by a shed that collapsed. I don't have a precise count yet of the injured. We had to evacuate from the other islands to the hospital in Saleh, but there's a lot of them. And I'm not counting the 100 or so who are without shelter I have on my hands. The number of houses and huts that were destroyed is daunting. And we'll talk again soon, Jack. And all this mess, I forgot. How's your inquiry coming along?
Don't worry about it, Reeves. You know Nolan, Jones' attorney? He promised me a momentous revelation this morning. Nothing less than the very name of the murderer.
Oh, yeah, that's something. Jack, I have to tell you that we can't evacuate you right away. The helicopter's busy for the moment with emergency rescues. The 3 rescue speedboats are a long way from Sagara, places where people are most isolated. We're organizing our missions, keeping in mind the people who are in maximum danger, you understand. But I'll call you as soon as I can do something for you all.
It's a total disaster. We can't get to the raft anymore. Our only hope of salvation. The elevators are broken, the stairwells of the suites, the lobby have collapsed.
The raft was practically ready to sail toward calmer climes. What a mess. It is definitely no longer possible to leave the island by sea.
And you can count the rescue team out, man. Those jerks have discarded us like old socks. You see, the natives are a lot more important than us. As if it weren't urgent to get us out of this hole before we all finish at the bottom of the ocean.
Calm down. It's useless to panic. I just had Commissioner Reeves on the phone. He will send us the helicopter when he can. He doesn't consider our situation to be alarming if we compare our lot with that of the natives of the neighboring islands that disappeared last night along with their houses and their goods. They're working like crazy out there, and with very little means. We should all be patient.
I might have the means to get us out of this situation, if the rescuers are late.
That is to say what?
I hesitated to speak to you about it until right now. The solution presents a lot of risks, particularly in bad weather.
Come on, deliver, Lorenzo. This is getting irritating.
Well, there's a hot air balloon at the summit of the tower, and...
What? You kept this to yourself all this time? And to think that we spent hours constructing that damned raft.
Bastard! Who do you think you are to dispose of our lives like this?
But you don't realize it would be complete madness to take off on this contraption in weather like this. It'd be taking the risk of sending everyone to their death in the sea in less time than you could blink.
It's up to each one of us to decide if we want to climb into this balloon. It's certainly not for you to decide on behalf of everyone.
Well, after all, if you mean it, I'll verify that it's in a proper condition to fly, and then proceed to equip it for takeoff.
That's it. And you do well to hurry. And above all, don't count on flying alone. We are keeping an eye on you now, Lorenzo. A hot air balloon. Figure that, ladies and gentlemen. Lorenzo, the brilliant architect of this place, hid the hot air balloon from us. Yes, you heard right. A hot air balloon. A hot air balloon. A hot air balloon!
Is Martin crazy?
Stop your hysterics, Martin. It's not funny.
A hot air balloon? Well, one learns every day.
Well, what is this nutty story?
Lorenzo Battaglieri wanted to abandon us all and escape alone in his hot air balloon.
Oh, I don't know what to cook today. I'm just not inspired.
When I think of all the time I spent to make that damned raft, all for it just to float away. What a fool I was for not having brought it up to the heliport.
And you would have pitched it into the water from 100 meters high? Along with us on it? Better and better.
Okay, Clara. We'll get into Lorenzo's hot air balloon. We better hope it wants to take off. This is ridiculous. Why did we accept the old man's invitation?
You don't seem to be doing very well, Christina.
No, I'm hot. I'm cold. I don't know anymore. I have a terrible headache.
My God, my darling. How you must be suffering.
Get lost, Martin. I'll take care of her.
It's okay. It's okay. I'm going.
Thanks, Marco.
Why is he always hovering around you, Christina?
But forget poor Martin. You're creating a scene, Marco. I am really exhausted.
I'm exhausted too, Christina. Your lies are tiring me. I'm going to go get some air. You're getting to me.
I'm fed up, Martin. It's been 2 days that I've been trying to reach the agent of Huron Nex, your so-called painter friend. And you can keep him, and the others, elsewhere.
You're ungrateful to him, Sonia. He was very useful to you 2 years ago when you sold his painting at the Art Expo in New York. He allowed you to meet many international clients.
You bore me, Martin.
Sonia, you're losing all control because you can't leave with your handsome Italian hunk and the hot air balloon, that's all.
And you. You're blowing your fuses because your raft floated off on the water and poor Christina has a fever.
Noland was going to reveal something to me yesterday evening, and he committed suicide. My number one suspect is slipping from my fingers, as if by chance.
Hubert, it's me, Lorenzo. I absolutely have to speak to you. Hubert? Hubert, is everything okay? But, what the... Oh my God, all this blood! Oh, how horrible! Listen to me, everyone. Hubert de Noland is dead. He committed suicide, I think. I just found him with his gun in his hand. There was blood everywhere. This is totally insane.
What a horror, my God.
He committed suicide. Are you sure?
Old Jones dead. Noland dead. Madness has descended on the tower of Old Jones.
What are you saying? Hubert de Noland? It's not possible.
No trace of fingerprints on this weapon. Not a trace on the trigger. The murderer might have worn gloves. A bullet always leaves traces of powder on the skin around its entry point. Rather perfunctory for a letter of confessions. And why would a man like Noland have written this on a small scrap of paper? It doesn't seem like him. The piece of Jones's wheelchair that was missing is here. It's weird. Had Hubert de Noland stolen it? And if yes, why? There's already been one murder. I'm not going to leave this gun within the reach of all and sundry. With all of these systems connected to his remote control, Jones was sure to be the only one with total access. Here's the code. I want to know who came to Jones's office after 9 p.m.
So here, what is this? That's strange. Simbi Lactar. Simbi Lactar had come to Jones's office the evening of the murder. That's impossible. Totally impossible. He's a member of the staff that was fired 15 days ago. Well, look for yourself, Norm.
Thanks for your help, Lorenzo. Why didn't you talk to me about this hot air balloon earlier, Lorenzo?
This hot air balloon has never flown, and the weather conditions are particularly bad. I didn't want to give false hopes.
Oh, well, at the moment it seems we don't have any other choice than saving ourselves by air. Simbi Lactar. Does this name mean anything to you? I'd like to know if you saw him these last few days.
In fact, I hardly knew him. Simbi Lactar was a housekeeper for Mr. Jones. He was fired with all the other staff 15 days ago. I don't think that he would have come back on the island. He would have been spotted. But I noticed the disappearance of his access card yesterday evening when I wanted to destroy all the cards. His was missing. Do you want me to see what Simbi Lactar did after that?
Gladly.
Look, it's odd. Simbi Lactar didn't move from the technical room after the evening of the murder. Here, you see, Inspector?
Thank you very much, Lorenzo. I'd like to chat with you for a moment. The items deposited in Walter Jones' safe clearly indicate that had he not been murdered, the marriage with Baina would have taken place and the heirs would all have been deprived of the estate.
Baina would have the queen's life that she so richly deserves. I understand better now why I could never totally hate this old fellow. He had a certain sense of justice, despite all his depravity.
Excuse me, could someone help me decipher this user's manual?
Well, to be frank, I was happy to be relieved from having to figure out the wiring plans for the special equipment on Walter Jones's wheelchair. Got to admit, I didn't know much about such things. But I remember having entrusted the plan of the tower to the design office of the Herb Deckard Company. The building of it happened during my break 2 years ago. So I don't know anything more, but I'm sure that the package insert will provide you with all the information you need.
Don't you find it a bit strange that the housekeeper, Simbi Lactar, could have been closed up in the technical room for 3 days without anyone noticing?
Of course, Inspector. It makes no sense at all.
Did Hubert de Noland have a suicidal temperament?
An old shark like Noland dies of old age in his bed, Norm. He doesn't commit suicide.
Very well, thank you.
Who were the last people that step in the library before the murder? Noland and Simbi Lactar were the last people who were present at the scene of the crime.
Noland the attorney and a certain Simbi Lactar were the last people to make an appearance at the scene of the crime before the murder of the billionaire.
Hats off. You're getting closer, Jack. But who is this Simbi Lactar who's just appeared out of nowhere?
Simbi Lactar is a former employee of Walter Jones. He's one of the natives who was fired some 15 days back. He lived on a neighboring island.
It's strange, Inspector. The death of Hubert Denollet saddens me more than that of my grandfather. Poor man.
The items deposited in Walter Jones' safe clearly indicate that had he not been murdered, the marriage with Baina would have taken place, and you would all have been disinherited.
Oh, well, Mr. Norm. Don't we say that all unhappiness brings its share of happiness? My grandfather is dead, and it's surely sad. But if he weren't dead, I would not have found these items. Isn't that so? And this vicious little Baina would have helped herself to our estate.
Noland had hastily written up evasive confessions on a piece of paper. Do you think that one has to look for an explanation of his suicide in them?
Maybe he was a man who had a sense of honor after all. This letter signed by him seems authentic, doesn't it? In the end, it's your job, Mr. Norm.
Did Hubert de Noland have a suicidal temperament?
I didn't really know Hubert de Noland, but I have trouble believing that he was the sort of man who would commit suicide.
Simbi Lactar. Does his name mean anything to you? I'd like to know if you saw him these last few days.
No, I don't know this individual, Mr. Norm.
I get it.
Well, looks like you now have a new corpse on your hands, Inspector.
The items deposited in Walter Jones' safe clearly indicate that had he not been murdered, the marriage with Baina would have taken place, and the heirs would all have been deprived of the estate.
I think that Walter Jones' deception intended to disinherit his grandchildren is particularly vicious. To marry a young woman who could be his great-grandchild. Can you believe that? But I'm not really surprised that this man had such a scheme. Mr. Jones was not a commendable man, Inspector. And rather fortunately, if I dare say, destiny was able to thwart his Machiavellian plans.
Simbi Lactar. Does his name mean anything to you? I'd like to know if you saw him these last few days.
I don't know this man, Inspector. I made absolutely no connections on this island. It's pretty simple. I didn't meet anyone. Except, of course, the members of the family and Colio and Baina, the two natives.
Did Hubert de Noland have a suicidal temperament?
I didn't know Mr. Nolan for real, Inspector. And I'd be pretty incapable of telling you if this man had a suicidal temperament.
I get it.
I would like to ask you 2 or 3 questions. The items deposited in Walter Jones' safe clearly indicate that had he not been murdered, the marriage with Baina would have taken place, and the heirs would all have been deprived of the estate.
Walter Jones was an evil man, Jack. Nevertheless, I thought that he still had a little affection for his grandchildren. I am too naive. Walter Jones was a real crook. And it seems to me that Colio and Baina almost came into a lot of wealth. Too bad for them.
In our times, it's wise to go out with men who use precaution. Who is the last man who had the honor of using this prophylactic in the tower?
It's my private life, Jack. And moreover, condoms are not a misdemeanor, I think. Quite to the contrary.
Simbi Lactar. Does his name mean anything to you? I'd like to know if you saw him these last few days.
No, but I possibly don't know all the inhabitants of the island.
Did Hubert de Noland have a suicidal temperament?
I don't know, Jack. I didn't know him very well.
Sure, I see. Would you permit me to take a look at your bags?
It's very embarrassing.
If you prevent it, then I will be obliged to consider it as an obstruction of justice.
Then do what you want, Inspector. All right now. I am all yours, Jack.
This sordid letter from Isabella to her son Marco gives him a solid motive to kill Walter Jones.
It's the worst story I've ever heard, Jack. Marco never told me anything. Maybe he wanted to protect me. In any case, Jones got the punishment he deserved. But I know my Marco well. You mustn't charge him. You are mistaking your prey, Jack.
Don't you find... I need your assistance to clarify certain points. What can you tell me about your father and the conditions under which he died? And also, I'd love to know more about the relationship he had with your grandfather.
My grandfather took pleasure in outdoing his near and dear ones. He humiliated all of us, my father and my mother, Billy, Marco. What a monster. I hate Walter Jones and his perfect estate which he dangled in front of us to show us we were at his mercy. You know what, Inspector? I am thoroughly convinced that my grandfather killed my father. Walter Jones killed his own son. He killed my father.
This sordid letter from Isabella to her son Marco gives him a solid motive to kill Walter Jones.
I can't believe it. It's totally monstrous. Walter Jones is no longer my grandfather. I can't believe he did something so... Mom was a discreet and secretive woman. She died from shame and loneliness. But why didn't I get any of this? But Marco is a weak sort, you know. I don't believe he could have had the guts to punish a man like Walter Jones. Unfortunately.
In the absence of a will, this letter from Edward Jones to his wife Isabella makes Marco the principal heir of the Jones empire.
I didn't think of this detail, Inspector. So Marco's affection toward me could have been just strategy. He made me fall asleep in a way to swipe all the inheritance. If Marco played this double game with me, I will not forgive him, Mr. Norm.
Why did Walter Jones keep this compromising press cutting?
I am ready for anything now. While going over this shit, you got out all the skeletons from the family closet, Mr. Norm. I distrusted you at the time you set foot on this island, but today, I'm grateful to you. and I really hope that you can prove that Walter Jones had my father murdered.
What could have pushed Marco Jones to give up 10% of his future estate to Hubert de Noland?
It doesn't surprise me that Nolan tried to extort money from Marco, but I don't know why, Inspector Norm.
You told me that you destroyed this document, Sonia.
I lied to you, Inspector Norm. I felt that Marco was totally lost. I am his older sister, and no doubt I wanted to protect him. The truth is that I walked into my brother's room without even knocking at the door. Marco and Christina were sleeping. I told them about Jones's death, and this little slut Christina behaved as if nothing had happened. I had, however, smelled her perfume in my room. I knew that she had been dispatched previously by my husband, and this slut challenged me with a smile. I could have strangled her, but I had more important things to do. I took Marco aside and I made him a drawing of the place. I showed him the rings and the wedding announcement of Jones and Baina Jumhu. I told him I thought we were going to lose the estate since Walter Jones had not left any disposition in our favor in his safe. I gave him this diagram, thinking he could bring back the marriage act since he knows the tower better than me. I had good intuition, because it was not till later that I translated the inscription engraved on the tortoise that contained the wedding rings, Inspector Norm. The meaning of this inscription that would have despoiled us of the whole estate if our grandfather had married Baina Jumhu. I had therefore not spoken to Marco about it at the time. As for his slutty woman, she seemed bored that Marco and I were talking in whispers. She must have thought that I was revealing her adultery with my husband. I refrained from dispelling this impression, and all three of us climbed back up to the restaurant.
I understand better.
I did not like Noland, but for him, the problems are over.
The items deposited in Walter Jones' safe clearly indicate that had he not been murdered, the marriage with Baina would have taken place and the heirs would all have been deprived of the estate.
The death of old Jones is not a good deal for me, Jack Norm. Baina and Walter Jones were to have married in the chapel of the tower. Walter Jones called it the Chapel of Anna Jones. It is a very secret place. Now, Walter Jones is dead, and no one else can go into the chapel. Yes, this is really a bad situation. I had ordered flowers and sheets for the altar. I had also invited my friends, as well as a shaman, for the ceremony. It was a marriage that would have settled everything properly, Jack Norm. Now everyone is going to lose a lot of money.
Where is this chapel you're talking about?
It is hidden in Jones's tower, near his suite, I think. But only Jones himself knew how to get in.
This sordid letter from Isabella to her son Marco gives him a solid motive to kill Walter Jones.
Old Jones was the most evil man I ever knew in my life, Jack Norm. He hurt a lot of people around him. He was full of poison, and he is dead from his poison. Baina also suffered a lot because of him. And if Marco killed old Jones, then that is a good thing, and I say he was right.
Simbi Laktar. Does this name mean anything to you? I'd like to know if you saw him these last few days.
Simbi Laktar is a good fisherman and a brave man, Jack Norm. Simbi Laktar worked for old Jones. I have not seen Simbi Laktar since old Jones fired all the Maledivians.
Did Hubert de Noland have a suicidal temperament?
Hubert de Noland was not a man who had that in his head, Jack Norm.
Don't you find it a bit strange that the housekeeper, Simbi Laktar, could have been closed up in the technical room for 3 days without anyone noticing?
Simbi Laktar cannot hide in old Jones's tower. A bad man hides. Simbi Laktar is a good man, Jack Norm.
Surely.
correct match. Is the death of Hubert de Nolan a real suicide? The death of Hubert de Nolan is a murder masquerading as a suicide.
The death of Hubert de Nolan is a murder masquerading as a suicide.
Well, Jack, you have a second murder on your hands. You haven't done yet with this nest of vipers. The two crimes are connected, that's for sure. But don't forget, our priority is to arrest the billionaire's murderer.
Barnes, it's Jones. Did you do what I told you for the rescue? But what the hell are you doing? And so? Okay. The weather. But I don't give a damn about the weather. Okay, it's okay. I get it. Yes. Thanks anyway. Bye. It's unbelievable that we have been prisoners on this island for 3 days when all we had to do was leave on this hot air balloon. You would like to ask me one more question, I imagine?
The items deposited in Walter Jones' safe clearly indicate that had he not been murdered, the marriage with Baina would have taken place, and you would all have been disinherited.
I was totally shattered to discover this. You know, Inspector, it wasn't always simple to see clearly through my grandfather's intentions. I certainly knew of a liaison between Baina and him, but I hadn't really understood its importance, I confess. I more or less understand the feeling of loneliness that must have weighed him down since my grandmother's death.
This letter that your mother wrote you gives you a very good motive for killing Walter Jones, your real father.
It might make a good motive, I grant you that. But that doesn't make me a murderer. And you know that perfectly well. Proof. Where is your proof, Inspector?
It's coming, Marco. It's coming. In the absence of a will, this letter from Edward Jones to your mother Isabella makes you the principal heir of the Jones empire.
Really, you talk rubbish, Inspector. You can't forget that our grandfather had the firm intention of disinheriting all three of us, Sonia, Billy, and me.
Why did Walter Jones keep this compromising press cutting?
In the least, one can say that my grandfather had a complex personality. I guess he kept this document to prove he was innocent in the death of his son Edward.
What drove you to give up 10% of your estate to Nolan?
Despite everything, I knew how much the Jones Company owed to the talent of Hubert de Nolan. I wanted to reward him for everything that he did for the family's wealth. It's as simple as that. The amount that I had planned to give him was not yet fixed. This document was only a plan. In any case, this is not yet signed. The services provided by Hubert de Nolan also concern the inheritance of the estate. On this point, Nolan could not get me sufficient guarantees concerning my inheritance.
Simbi Laktar. Does this name mean anything to you? I'd like to know if you saw him these last few days.
No, I don't have the honor of knowing this man. Sorry, Inspector.
The murderer would have had us all believing in Nolan's suicide if he'd not overlooked this fragment of the letter which changes everything.
I have the impression that you are losing the thread of your investigation, Inspector. I want you to find my grandfather's murderer. This document is a new confession from Nolan about his financial swindling to the tune of hundreds of millions of dollars. And it is also the proof that my grandfather was the person behind Edward Jones' murder.
Don't you find it a bit strange that the housekeeper, Simbi Lakhtar, could have been closed up in the technical room for 3 days without anyone noticing?
Strange? No. I am ready to bet that an individual who is a bit resourceful can hide for entire months in this tower without anyone noticing his presence.
After all, why not? Mr. Lakhtar? Mr. Lakhtar? Mr. Lakhtar?
I hope God makes sure that Nolan is the last to die on this island.
The items deposited in Walter Jones' safe clearly indicate that had he not been murdered, the marriage with Baina would have taken place, and you would all have been disinherited.
My grandfather was a damn pervert, you can take my word for it, Norm. And frankly, it disgusted me to find out about his marriage plan. A filthy old man and a 20-year-old kid? It's nasty, don't you think? Thank God our luck is turned now, and I hope it'll stay on our side.
What can you tell me about your father and the conditions under which he died? And also, I'd love to know more about the relationship he had with your grandfather.
Sonia, Marco, and I, all three of us, think that it's our grandfather who killed our father. He really made my father suffer to death. My father was a good guy, but after Mom's death, he carried on as he could. He started drinking, but really drinking a lot, you know. So my grandfather didn't want to hear about him anymore. But then my father slowly started making it back. He restarted his music class, and he started caring for the three of us. He continued to drink a little, but he pulled himself together. You know what I mean, man?
This sordid letter from Isabella to her son Marco gives him a solid motive to kill Walter Jones.
But I don't understand. Why did Marco hide this from us? This is really monstrous. Plus, it concerns all three of us. Marco, Sonia, and me. Well, Walter Jones, my bastard of a grandfather, got what he deserved. He murdered my parents. Do you realize?
In the absence of a will, this letter from Edward Jones to his wife Isabella makes Marco the principal heir of the Jones empire.
Marco betrayed me. He betrayed all of us, in fact. But the death of my jerk of a grandfather puts us on a level playing field. Sonia and I are in a good position to walk off with a part of the estate, don't you think? It's nuts. Money. Always money. It really does make the world go round. And it totally rotted our family.
Why did Walter Jones keep this compromising press cutting?
Seeing what we know of my grandfather, nothing is surprising anymore, is it? He could very well have given the order to have my father killed.
The murderer would have had us all believing in Nolan's suicide if he'd not overlooked this fragment of the letter which changes everything.
Okay, it's a long drawn-out affair. My grandfather's crap goes beyond the height of this hellish tower. So from now on, nothing can surprise any of us anymore, Inspector.
Simbi Lakhtar. Does this name mean anything to you? I'd like to know if you saw him these last few days.
Simbad Lak what? No, Inspector. Really, it means nothing to me.
I get it.
I think it's time to start thinking about saving our skins, Inspector. The rest has become secondary, hasn't it?
The items deposited in Walter Jones' safe clearly indicate that had he not been murdered, the marriage with Baina would have taken place and the heirs would all have been deprived of the estate.
Walter Jones was a real scoundrel. You should believe me, Inspector. But he's dead. In this business, it's old man Colio and his daughter who are the losers. That's what I think. They're just unlucky. But after all, they haven't lost everything. This island and this tower remain theirs until it all disappears underwater.
This sordid letter from Isabella to her son Marco gives him a solid motive to kill Walter Jones.
I'm not really surprised to know of this horror. I understand better why Marco was the only one who interested the old man Jones. His son, born from the rape of his own daughter-in-law. What a monster. But in my view, Marco is a weakling, Inspector. I don't think he has the guts to avenge his mother. In fact, I'm trying to say that from my point of view, he doesn't exactly come across as one out to uphold the law, Inspector.
I understand. Someone took a good deal of time, it seems. Who had the time to use these condoms?
Correct match.
Martin used these condoms.
Obviously, Jones organized his whole tower around himself and his wheelchair.
The person who stole the remote wanted that this document not be found. The goal was clearly to prevent the marriage. This could be useful. This thing is broken. Someone tried to shred these plans, but it didn't work. And here is what is blocking the shredder. Someone took this card. Are the fingerprints I found on Simbi Laktar's cards his? These gloves correspond with the sales receipt I found in the trash can of Christina and Marco.
Correct match.
Marco must have stolen this card from Lorenzo.
Correct match.
It's you again, Inspector. So,
do you have any idea of what I found on Simbi Laktar's key card, Mr. Jones?
no, I don't know. But get to the point, Inspector.
Your fingerprints.
Oh, yes? It's certainly the result of a blunder by Lorenzo. He gave me this card by mistake. He took it back from me and finally gave me the right card, but that's all there is to it.
Do you know to whom these gloves might belong?
I don't know, Inspector. Really, I can't help you.
The murderer used these gloves. The flax oil from the stock of the rifle used for the murder stained the gloves. Surprising, no?
Good Lord, Inspector, you're full of it. You're digressing totally. Find a way instead for us to get out of this hellish island. You're making us lose precious time.
Sure, I see.
I'm listening, Inspector. I want you to know that you can count on my total availability. I have a lot of free time now.
This sordid letter from Isabella to her son Marco gives him a solid motive to kill Walter Jones.
I'm not surprised. A man who could pounce on a woman as fragile and defenseless as the young Baina is capable of anything. Anything at all. I don't really like Marco Jones, but I can't believe he had the guts to kill his grandfather. I myself wouldn't have had the guts.
Do you know to whom these gloves might belong?
No, I can't say.
Lorenzo, did you give this card to Marco Jones by mistake before taking it back from him to give him his own card?
Well, I wouldn't swear by it, obviously. But I don't remember anything of this at all, Inspector. I can only tell you that it's been a few days since I was able to find it. I thought I'd mislaid it.
I'll come back to see you.
What was Simbi Lakhdar doing on the island? Marco used Simbi Lakhdar's card on the evening of the murder.
I know that Marco Jones used the card of Simbi Lakhdar the evening of the murder.
Okay, Jack, but you can stop looking for your Simbi Lakhdar in the woodwork. I've got some news on him. He was hired by the airport maintenance service in Salé 10 days ago. So he's got nothing to do with the murder of the billionaire. Check the tracks of Marco Jones. Keep me posted. In fact, Jack, be tactful with Marco Jones. He's an influential man. And this is no time to commit a blunder.
I have to find the criminal quickly, and I have to find the proof to arrest him. I need your assistance to clarify certain points. Do you know to whom these gloves might belong?
Oh, but of course, Jack. These are gloves that I bought in Moscow. A gift for Marco. What brought them to such a sorry state?
I have my idea about this, but I won't say anything for now. I thank you for this information, Christina. Martin Abruzzi's fingerprints are on the condom wrapper. You are the only one here to use this somewhat exotic brand, so...
You are a good policeman, Jack. Well, yes. I had a little adventure with Martin on the evening of the murder. But I beg you not to tell anything to Marco. He is really jealous, you know? Martin invited me to his room because he was having back pain so that I could give him massage. I am very good at massage, you know? Then, I think things deteriorated a little, Inspector Norm. I confess.
Well, we're getting there. You see, when you want to.
I'm all yours, Inspector Norm. I mean, in a manner of speaking.
The murderer would have had us all believing in Nolan's suicide if he'd not overlooked this fragment of the letter which changes everything.
Without a doubt. I don't know anything. It's your investigation, Inspector Norm. I admit that I'm surprised that Nolan had been so close to Mom. After all, he may not have been as rotten as he seemed.
Your husband's fingerprints are on the condoms that belonged to Christina.
The jerk. It's true that Martin has been scarcely interested in me since we got to this damned island. He's been flirting on the sly with that little slut Christina. I pretend not to know, but I am not fooled, Mr. Norm. And when I came back to my room to tell Martin that my grandfather was dead, I smelled something. The smell of that little slut. Yes, Mr. Norm. I suspected that Christina had come to my room.
I see.
The interview can start, Inspector.
Christina Bromsky is the only person to use this brand of Russian condoms, and they carry your prints. Let me save some time, Mr. Abruzzi, and tell me the truth at last.
I see I'm obliged to recognize it, Inspector. I did spend some of the night in my suite with Christina, but I am still free to spend the night with whoever I fancy, am I not? I would be very grateful to you if you could keep this to yourself. It doesn't concern your investigation, does it? And you understand that for my wife, well, it's very embarrassing.
I thank you for your help.
Are there single or multiple irrefutable proofs of Marco's guilt? Marco's gloves in the shredder, together with Simbi Laktar's card, make him the murderer.
The gloves and Simbi Laktar's card prove irrefutably that Marco Jones is the murderer of Walter Jones, who was his real father. Marco Jones forged a false alibi. He was not with his girlfriend Christina the evening of the murder. She was cheating on him with Martin Abruzzi, Sonia Jones's husband. Marco Jones had several reasons to kill Walter Jones.
Wonderful, Jack. Excellent work. Don't lose a minute. Grab that guy and keep him warm for me. The helicopter's having difficulties in Saleh. Problem with a failed rotor that nearly cost the life of 5 refugees and my pilot. He managed to land without too much damage. We're repairing it super fast and we'll take care of you. The mechanic says it'll take at least 3 hours. If you find another way of getting out of there, go for it. Okay, I'll call you. Well done again. Go arrest the jerk.
Yes, I'll put myself to it. Oh, shit. Lorenzo? Lorenzo! Wake up, my fellow!
Oh, my head. I have a headache.
What happened to you, Lorenzo?
It's Marco. He hit me. Marco has gone completely crazy, Norm. I don't understand why he did that to me.
Marco!
It's over, Inspector Norm!
But what are you doing?
As you can see, I'm leaving you, Norm!
Marco, you can't abandon your entire family and your fiancée here. This tower could crumble at any second.
No more tower! No other heirs! All of Walter Jones's money is mine!
It's you who killed Walter Jones. I have the proof, Marco. And also Hubert de
No
Nolan.
crime scene left! No crime left! What do you say to that, Inspector?
You killed your father, Marco.
Farewell, Inspector!
No! Marco!
What's going on, Norm?
It's over, Lorenzo. Get everyone to climb into the balloon carriage. There is no moment to lose. This tower is going to collapse.
Marco, it's horrible.
Yes, Christina. Your boyfriend Marco killed Walter Jones, his own father, and also Hubert de Nolan. I have the proof today. Of course, suspicion first fell on young Baina, who accompanied the victim on the path on the evening of the crime. Baina, who had to rebuke Walter Jones's advances one more time that evening. While one could evoke legitimate self-defense, Baina is responsible without a doubt for Walter Jones falling onto the rocks, and I confess that for a moment I thought that this fall entailed the death of Walter Jones. I was wrong. Walter Jones remained stuck in the rocks a few meters below the curving path, imprisoned in his electric wheelchair but very much alive, calling and signing for help.
It was almost night, and moreover, there was the sound of the waves.
I know all that, Sonia. Let me go on, I beg you. The report from the forensic expert received the next day is categorical. Walter Jones was hit by a .270 caliber short Magnum Winchester bullet in the back. On impact, the victim rolled further down from the initial point of his fall to end up on the sand, where he was found the next morning. The bullet did not go through the body. It was lodged in the sternum after it perforated the right lung. On the day that I arrived, I therefore did not notice anything abnormal. The impact of the bullet was invisible. Walter Jones lay spread on his back, a man weighing almost 500 pounds, and I was in no position to turn him. Baina was not the murderer, and my suspicions turned toward Hubert de Nolan. I became convinced that Hubert de Nolan had made the most of the fact that Mr. Jones was stuck between the rocks, and removed the key to his safe that he always wore around his neck. Mr. Jones, sufficiently lightheaded from his fall and weakened by his handicap, could do nothing to stop him. Obviously, Hubert de Nolan's dealings did not exonerate any one of you. In any case, in this business you are all the potential heirs, and therefore have good reason to end the days of the billionaire grandfather, especially if you found out that he'd planned to disinherit you for the betterment of a charming native. Isn't that so, Sonia?
I have nothing to do with my grandfather's death. You know this very well, Norm.
No matter what, my first concern was to find the weapon used for the crime, and I confess that this was not very complicated, because I got my hands on the weapon that corresponded with the projectile found in the body of Walter Jones in his own office. A weapon that in the hands of a good shot
is perfectly capable of shooting a bullet from the library to a target situated 200 meters below in the shadows. The prints on the weapon condemned Hubert de Noland. Moreover, he had already taken part in Walter Jones's safaris. He was familiar with this type of firearm and was capable of succeeding with a tough shot. But he was not the only one on this island who knew how to use a hunting weapon. Far from it. And Hubert de Noland denied it with vehemence. Moreover, yesterday evening he promised me that this morning he would tell me the real identity of the culprit. Alas, this morning the poor man was dead. The murder of de Noland was grossly disguised as a suicide. Someone did not want him to talk. And then I discovered that there was another person who had broken into the library at the moment of the murder. Someone who used the key card of a former employee who had left the island a while back. Who had stolen Simbi Laktar's card from Lorenzo's drawer and used it to go into the office and then the library at the hour of the crime? Marco, of course. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, Marco slipped into gloves to use the crime weapon and shot Walter Jones.
If Marco's fingerprints are not on the weapon, then how can you accuse him, Inspector? How do you explain the imprints of Hubert de Noland?
De Noland did take the weapon in his hands, miss, but only to remove the eyepiece and observe the scene on the beach. Walter Jones being pushed by Baina. Walter Jones stranded on the rocks, incapable of moving, seriously shocked, but still alive. Basically, Walter Jones finally at his mercy.
And why, according to you, did he not shoot our grandfather? Nolan had good reason to.
Because he didn't think of it. Because it wasn't useful for him. Because he believed him to be dying on the rocks. What's the good of shooting at someone who's already about to die?
Okay, but Marco then?
Marco was in the room. He saw Noland look at Walter Jones, and then he saw him hurry out of the room.
To go grab the key to the safe that was around Walter Jones's neck?
Yes, that's it, Billy. Marco had just found out that Walter Jones was his father, that he had raped his mother. He was in a rage. He took the weapon, repositioned the eyepiece, introduced a cartridge. He waited for Noland to take the key from Walter Jones's neck and leave. Walter Jones was now alone on the rocks. Marco hoisted the weapon, aimed carefully like the good soldier he was. He shot. Walter Jones' body fell down backward and ended its fall further down on the beach.
The proof of all this, Inspector.
As far as his false alibi, it's useless to go there, isn't it, Christina?
No, I think it's right like this, Inspector Norm.
As for the proof of Marco's guilt, here we go. Once the crime was accomplished, he threw the gloves and Simbi Laktar's card in the trash chute. He thus expected to eliminate all traces of his crime. Alas for him, the shredder was conceived for paper and didn't digest the gloves, which remained blocked along with the card in the cogs. The gloves, bought in Moscow, were presumably a gift from Christina and still bore traces of flax oil. This oil is usually used to treat the stalks of precious weapons to bring out the veins in the wood.
You're trying to tell us that the gloves did not leave a trace on the weapon. It's the weapon that left its trace on Marco's gloves.
Yes, Lorenzo, and it's this that incriminates Marco as the murderer of Walter Jones.